Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. How's everyone doing today? How to fix my camera? 1 second. There we go. I've lost around a foot in height, so I'm short now. What's up, Draco Nero? So we're going to go over the post-war kind of situation of the treaty here in just a moment. Hope everyone is doing very well. Thank you for the sub, Eli and Condor. What is up? Much appreciated. Oh, be warned, a little bit sniffly. I don't know if I've got the flu or what the fuck, but just be warned today by making demon exorcism sounds. Don't worry about it. It's not unrelated to what we're doing. What's up, Jarhead? What's up, Pond? You tired? I'm about the same, man. About the same. Weekends be like that. Kind of how it is. Oh, been a couple weeks since I've streamed and did really too much. I mean, I did last week, but I wanted to get that last video done for you for House Torres, which I finally got done. I was very happy with it as an end result. I don't think YouTube liked me taking weeks off and not posting. The algorithm demands more, but I was very happy with it, so that was nice. I'm not doing that again for a while. It was so much, dude. I tried to calculate how many hours I spent editing that video, and I didn't like the numbers I was getting to, so I stopped trying to. It was a lot. And although it was really good, I don't think it was really worth the time. I'm happy I did it, but I don't think I'll do it again. At least at that level. Because it was a lot of work. So, anyway. I think it'll be another couple of weeks before I get on to the Victoria 3 portion, which we are actually getting kind of close to the end at this point. We got another 26 years to go, so we are most of the way through at this point, around 3/4. And we are in a very interesting situation. What's up, Gray? I did the post-war save edits. I did, yeah. I didn't do as much as I thought about. We'll go over it in just a minute. I kept it kind of relaxed for the most part and tried to fix some borders so y'all don't constantly have strokes. I know as Paradox gamers, y'all, much like myself, do have micro strokes whenever you see bad borders, so I fixed a few things, as you can see. Africa looks a little bit better. Glad you liked it. Because now, we're going to get to that in a minute. I didn't notice it at the end of last session until I started doing the save edits for today. And oh boy! Iberia has gotten interesting. That's very sure. Eli, your voice was great in that video, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Dude, you did much appreciated for doing the voiceover for the king, man. You did a great job. I thought it was very fitting. You read my shitty dialogue like a champ. What are you talking about? Yeah. Love the gore? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Ironically, it's improved a lot from last session. My save edits made it actually kind of not too bad. So, all right, let's go over the kind of the state of the treaty and then the world, and then we'll go from there. So obviously we have now formed Italy. It was the big event that we've been working up to for quite a while, and it only really became possible after that war we fought with the British, which originally was simply to take colonial territory, but in the end resulted in us overthrowing their government and instituting a monarchy, which is now an oligarchy, which is led by the conservatives. And with them at our back, as well as the Chagatai, we fought that giant war. I didn't think we were going to win it for a large part of that world war, but at the end, we had the Mega Chad himself. Where's his name? I think it was Imbriani, wasn't it? Yeah, Imbriani, who carved a swath all the way from Schleswig-Holstein down to Bavaria, taking the capital and making us win the war. So we got everything we wanted, essentially. I did move some land around a little bit, but we got everything we wanted. So when you do a nation unification play like that, you basically get every piece of land where there's a large amount of your cultural group in, so it got a little bit wacky. But roleplay-wise, we formed Italy. This is something we've been working towards for quite a while. Obviously, there's been a lot of support for a united Italy for quite a while. Probably, I would say, around 60, 70 years at this point. It's not a new idea. It's just that we've been pretty much unable to try and even do it, given the power of Germany in northern Italy, as well as the other powers like Byzantium and Castile, which were completely against it. I mean, we had to fight most of Europe to get in this situation. It was only doable due to the really quickly changing alliances and ideology of all nations. So, I gave a bit of northern France to Provence because it was ugly. We're going to be keeping Switzerland. I have released 2 vassals in the Balkans. We will not be directly administering it. We are now the sovereign of Bulgaria and a monarchy there. and we have also made ourselves sovereign of Kosovo. Now, I know this is cursed, and it is cursed, but for some reason, the game will not let me release Serbia. So it was Kosovo or Montenegro, and I went with Kosovo because I like their flag a little bit better. So we have 2 vassal states now in the Balkans that we oversee and are not directly administering. We will be directly administering Albania and then Montenegro, given how many Italians are there. So those are still our direct de jure territory. I gave the land back in Iberia. Now, let's move on to what happened to Castalla. I didn't notice it. So after we beat them in the World War and they peaced out and went off on their own, they had the Civil War, which I didn't click on, like, because, you know, I was so focused on fighting World War. But as it turns out, the Civil War was a communist one which won. So the monarchy in Castalla has been probably executed, I would say, and gotten rid of entirely. And there's now a counter revolt. These are just more communists. So yeah, they're very radical leftists. They're technically a monarchy, but these guys are communists, really. Are they not? I thought they were. God damn it. Yeah, there they are. Trade unionists, radical socialists, and stuff like that. The flag got blogged, I think, for Castalla proper, now I'm looking at it. I thought they were overthrown. Fuck, I think I was looking at these guys. These are communists. These are still monarchy, it's just their flag bugged. So they haven't lost yet, but there is a civil war ongoing right now. And if the revolt wins, then they are communists. So that's been interesting. I gave that bit of territory in Portugal to them as well, because I didn't think it made sense. So yeah, basically Spanish Civil War pawns, pretty much, yeah. Just Hoi 4 style Spanish Civil War. In Africa, I kind of basically smoothed over some borders and did some territory transfers. From the Germans, we took basically all the northern region. I did a territory trade with Egypt to make the borders look nice, so we took all of the Algerian region. I gave them a bunch of Libya, and then a bunch of like our new colony down there in the south, so the borders look a little bit nicer. I did some just general territory transfers. In world wars and things like that, like sometimes territory swaps did happen or major conflicts in this time period that even a loser would technically gain land but lose a lot. So the way I did it was basically Germany took all of the Niger Delta. We gave up all our territories there. But in exchange, we took all the southern region, except for a little bit of the inner area, and then we took all of Castalla's lands in Madagascar as well. So colonially, those were the really big changes. And I think that is about it for the most part. Did I do anything else? I don't think I did. I did forget to give us Castalla's land in Greece, but that's fine. I can do that later. No swapping with a Chagatai? There's no way they would have done that. Like, the Chagatai were very much a fair weather friend here. We are in good relations with them, for sure. But I view them as very different when it comes to those sort of things. I mean, they're very autocratic. They're not the kind of country that's looking to give up land and things like that. And I just didn't think it made a lot of sense. I could justify some territory swaps for better borders with the Germans because we beat them in a war, but I couldn't justify territory swaps with the Chagatai just to make borders look good. So you'll have to look at those ugly borders, but I'm unwilling to destroy my immersion any further. So that is the state of things. Now, we are still technically in 2 minor conflicts. We are dealing with the North Germans, but I ended that war by just annexing them. And then we do have a religious revolt down in Patagonia as well, or southern Brazil, modern day Bolivia that we're dealing with, because we did take that land from the Papal States way back in the day. And we are going to get the Res Orgamento event as well. So that is the general state of things. We'll be moving forward. Let's just say if the country falls, would you allow Castellan royalty to flee to Italy? Ooh, that's a good question. Would our government even be willing to do that? Probably, yeah. I'd say so. Speaking of royalty, Donato Torres is our monarch right now. He's only 22 years old, so he oversaw the unification of Italy at a very young age. A reminder, he took the throne when I think he was 11. He was very young after his father was killed by those revolutionary guys who blew up his motorcade and almost killed Donato Torres as well, which is why he's horribly scarred. So he's found a lot of success from a very young age as well. We've had 2 kind of back-to-back very competent, very good leaders, right? Simon Torres, who took back Sardinia for the Napoleon Bonaparte dynasty, and then Donato Torres, who by 22 has unified Italy. So we're in a time of very strong rulers for Italy, no longer Sardinia. I gotta set my interests as well. We have enough of these, we can do basically the whole planet. Perks of being a superpower. Yeah, we get the whole planet. Look at that. Beautiful. There's nowhere in the world we no longer have an interest in. We are interested in literally everywhere. Sardinian Castilian feud has lasted 700 years. It's been a long time. But hey, if they get destroyed by the communists, then I think we win, right? The upside to more radicalism in Europe, which is still a big issue. I mean, make no mistake, we may have beaten Germany in this war, but if we're being honest, a lot of that was due to luck and due to having a lot of allies we wouldn't necessarily have in the future. So it's not like we've just defeated the Germans and are walking off into the sunset. We won this war, but they're still terrifyingly strong, right? I mean, they really are. What we want to do for our next tech here. Two electrical capacitors. Now I have to fix everything. So our country is in very bad shape, all things considered. Our debt is massive. We have 56 million in debt right now. We have an economy that is not sustainable. We are losing 500,000. And we have a lot of work to do. All this new land will have to be administered properly. We have a lot of unincorporated states, as you can see here. And this is not going to be easy to fix. So the next decade or two will be me trying to fix our country pretty much here. Just a warning. You bought Vic3. Nice, Linus. How you liking it? France looks rough. Yeah. Yeah, it's still independent Toulouse, Provence, the French Republic, which fell. I guess they're now an oligarchy again. And there's a uprising in southern France by Occitanians. So France is just fallen into complete darkness at this point, pretty much. So I got a notification earlier. What was it? Thank you for the resub, Eli, as well. Much appreciated, man. World War I war bonds. Yeah, pretty much. We've sold a ridiculous amount of them in our country, and we have to actually do something about that now. So we have a lot of problems to deal with. Let's found a piloting school. Apparently we can do that. That's cool. Why not? We will get Rio's or Garminto, which I think will core most of our territories that we have. Let's go ahead and unpause for that. In a week, I think it'll fire. Yep, there we go. Resort Garminto. Beautiful. Okay. Now the fun part. Don't expect me to do much monologuing for the next 10-15 minutes. I have to just get this country, like, semi-functioning here. Which will not be easy. Operation Save Italy from itself. Mostly. If only we had lots of coal. Go from here. We are going to need so much oil to sustain this economy. That's what we're going to need. So space is not working for me. Someone told me that with one of the updates, the hotkeys got reset. Let me see if that's fucking Christ. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful! Love you, Paradox. Long live the Occitanian state. They do have a cool flag. Chancellor Firmin Duclos. I'm saying that wrong. A wasteful liberal. Toulouse took it all. Wow, they won the revolt. Holy fuck. Okay, so France has basically fallen. They had another revolt on top of the previous one. The French Republic lost all their southern territories to Toulouse just now because the revolt succeeded and went to King Leopold Borcolin Fair. It's the same monarchy and same line as Castalla, which technically would make them like 10th cousin removed to us or something like that. And France is having now another Council Republic revolt in Paris again. I would feel sorry for them, but honestly, they went way too liberal. They allowed themselves to go way too liberal, so this is kind of on them, frankly. Under the heroic leadership of Emperor Donato Torres, the Italian nation has been birthed into the world. Unified under a common banner, Italy will surely shape the future of Europe and the world. Yes, young men, Italy owes you an undertaking which has merited the applause of the universe. You have conquered and you will conquer still, because you are prepared for the tactics that decide the fate of battles. To this wonderful page in our country's history, another more glorious still will be added, and the slave shall show at last his free brothers a sharpened sword forged from the links of his fetters. Hell yeah. Viva Italia! We had another event, didn't we? An Andalusian politician with secessionist sympathies has risen to prominence in the agrarian populace. We did win World War I. Yes, it came down to the line. But one of the generals literally like conquered his way from northern Germany to the capital in Bavaria because we got stuck fighting in the Alps. So it was pretty crazy. Most World War I've seen in Victoria 3. All right, market access. We have all of our trains functioning, right? We probably need to subsidize these. What is killing us? Construction goods. If we stopped all construction, we could maintain a surplus. Interest payments are very high. This is a combination of everything, really. Subsidies to railway are killing us, but we need it. Goods for military buildings are also killing us. Let's see if we are making enough. $241 more munitions. You really need oil to start reducing labor. Airplanes. I think we are we making all the ones we need for that? No, we're not. Oil's too expensive. We need more oil very badly. Can make more. We are going to turn into America. Holy shit. All right. We can incorporate a few states. It just takes so long, it's almost not worth it. The use of extreme force is becoming increasingly common among police officers in Tripoli. The working class and the socially conscious are rallying against the police as an institution. Oof. It is absolutely warranted, and we will not allow for that. We do have very high funding in police, to be fair, and they're pretty brutal. Yeah. Level 4. Do we not automatically get cores on North? We don't get cores on Northern Italy. Oh. Oh, wow. I could have sworn you did. Okay. Well, that makes this more difficult. How long will that take the core? 2 years. I knew today was going to be rough for the economy, but Jesus. Are we not already demobilized? Because we're still technically in that stupid war. God damn it. And we can't send any troops to the war, too, because we can't get to the front, I don't think. No, we can. Okay, cool. Send a needlessly large army here. If we win that war, then won't be spending much on military goods, and then hopefully our expenses will go down quite a lot here. The police force is very nice. Ferrari shall be the seat of the galactic spanning empire ruled by House Torres. We gotta make it past Hoi 4 first, and we all know who we're gonna have to fight there, which will not be easy. Do we need to expand our bureaucracy? Yes, but we've got 100 other things we need to do first, so... For incorporation, we absolutely need to expand bureaucracy. But our nation, as you can see here quite clearly, is barely functioning at this point. Let's look into some trade routes, too. Let's see what we can do for the economy. We are now the number 2 power, by the way. My gosh. Come on. Give me those cheap goods to sustain this ridiculous economy. I think we have the 2nd largest GDP as well now. Let me take a look. No, 4th. We're behind the US again, actually. The war era really did the US a lot of good. They joined the war for like 5 minutes, didn't do anything to help us, benefited off all the nations not trading with each other anymore, and have walked out of the war very strong. I mean, you gotta respect that play, honestly. Wow. What an America move. Maybe one day they'll actually fight a proper war. Yeah, Chagatai, so strong. In a pro-suffrage gesture, Ludovico Fortunato has released a positive endorsement for the left for a stalwart support of voting rights in Italy. Fuck. Oh no. We have elections in 1 day as well. Oh no. It'll be close. It'll be real close. Oh, holy fuck. The right got 48% of the vote, the left got 41%, communists got 6%, and the socialists got 4%. Technically, a coalition government with the communists, the socialists, and the left would actually rule. If they could form that. Which they probably wouldn't, because the communists and the socialists hate the left in our country, pretty much. Oh, big message. Let me read this. Did you know if you're gonna add mods for the Hoi section? Yes. Yes, I will. I'll be adding a good number, actually. You have faith in House Torres? We're going to do our best, but I do warn you, Stellaris is very unforgiving. If we get a bad start, we're going to be in trouble, and I'm not going to save us in Stellaris, within reason. In my mega campaign, I started as the Count of Messina and Sicily and had my capital there. But now, when I've conquered all the Duchy of Sicily, I don't know if I should change my capital to the de jure one, country being Palermo. Messina has been the capital for over 100 years. Really just depends on what you makes sense, man. I mean, you got to remember the economic heart of a country is not usually or always the political heart. So just because you've got like a more valuable province that would be min-maxing more valuable for you to move your capital to, if you're role-playing and it doesn't make sense, don't do it. I mean, technically right now, we should probably move our capital to Napoli, but it makes no sense, so we're not going to do it, right? So, really depends on you, what you want to do, man. Schleswig was never going to be American. They still have it. Fuck, I didn't fix that. You know why I didn't fix it, Gargina? Because the colors look so similar. I think I said this before, I am fairly colorblind, so those colors do look quite similar to me. Americans get to keep Schleswig for a little while. They camouflage their way in. I'll save it at that in a little while. I'll do the 2 save edits. I'm gonna give Castellan's Greek territories to us, and I'll give Schleswig-Holstein back to the Germans. Actually, I'll probably give it to the Scandinavians. What would we have done in the peace treaty with that land? I mean, we weren't supposed to take it to begin with, to be fair, so it would go back to the Germans, because I only did that in order to get the Americans into the war. So yeah, it'd go back to Germany. Our deficit got even worse. We need to get out of this fucking war. That's the first thing. Goddamn religious rebels destroying our economy. To be fair, Gargina, America peaced out really early, so they weren't going to get anything in the peace treaty. I mean, we roleplayed them still technically staying in the war, but if you remember, I don't know if you were there for the World War portion of this, the Americans joined for like, I'd say a year, didn't send a single troop to Europe, and then just peaced out. So technically they did nothing. And since we were the only one left in the war of Germany at the end, I don't see why our government would have given the Americans a damn thing, frankly. I mean, they already walked out of that war so strong, though. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Oh. Oh my. He's really liberal, isn't he? Yeah, pacifist. Huh. Scandinavia is very economically poor. They're also very liberal. Empress Sophia Gallienstirna is a radical liberal. There we go. And the war's done. Hopefully. Right, that helped the economy a lot, not being in a war. Just dropped down to around 170,000 cost. Government wages are very high. I also think I have them lowered. Yeah, I do. Wow. Lower military wages, that'll help a little bit. Railway subsidies we really need. Let's look for the ones, I'm gonna have to go micro do this. We're gonna have to look for the ones that like actually are profitable and stop subsidizing them. None of them are that profitable because transportation, fairly cheap, but if we go ahead, start using transportation. This will help. Brazil wants back in a defensive pact with us? Absolutely. The AI has a tendency to just like break treaties all the time, so we've had to do a lot of these deals. But roleplay wise, I think we're just gonna assume that they're continuing naturally. Oil from the Chagatai. I think we can stop subsidizing them now. Let's see what happens. They're mostly profitable enough. I will put the last of the rail transportation on. Cool. All right, we are somewhat good now. What else do we need to do? The mass exodus to the states did not happen in this timeline. Could be an explanation. For which state specifically, Eli? Oh, you mean for why our population is so large? I mean, we have like all the North African region, which was a huge area. There's so many people there, and the Balkans. Like Albania alone is like what? Yeah, 3 million people. The most prominent members of Sardinia high society have been organizing luxurious parties in a new and lavish urban buildings. They are a ruling base, so we'll support that. Military buildings. We have to lower our military. Oh, that's so dangerous right now. We can't really do that. Not with Germany around. I'm probably looking for revenge. Our government also kind of relies on the military to keep the liberals in line with the police as well. Or full taxation too. Making steel affordable would go a long way. Wow, we need a lot of steel. Okay. We're gonna have to stop all our motor industries. We need more steel to even be able to utilize this stuff at this point. Motor industry plants in Gambia. The devastation. Wow. Yeah, Italy is just, I think you can even see it on the map. Italy has been destroyed in this war. Yeah, you can see it. Hold on. I have a save already. I was gonna say, I need to get a save so I can record this for videos, but yeah, I mean, Northern Italy would have just been turned into an absolute, like, post-World War I destroyed hellscape, essentially. Especially the mountains over here. Where was it that we did all that fighting in? Up here? Will it show that? Not really. A little bit. From Genoa all the way to Venice, all the way down to Florence is just completely destroyed, though. Woo. Holy fuck. Fair enough. I'm just trying to think what to do to really get our economy afloat here. I mean, realistically, we probably should slow down our construction, but to keep up with Germany, which we actually don't even construct as much of, we kind of have to. Our warship cost is killing us, but also needed. Not the biggest fan of Vic, but I do like how it looks. Yep, that's fair. You don't have to like Victoria 3 to agree that the game map itself looks very nice. It really does. We might just have to kind of run this deficit for a little while we work on our economy. I think that we're going to go for the outscaling route, where we just basically build the industry we need to increase our revenue enough over time that we outscale our debt. We're going to have to go that route here, because there's really two ways that we can get out of a deficit right now. Both of them are really bad. One is we stop constructing as much as we used to, which will cause so many long-term economic issues, which we're aware of now. It's 1910, right? Basic economics is a thing. That'd be pretty well understood. And we'd have to grind the country's industry and growth to a halt, making us uncompetitive. Or two, we have to completely like half our military, which, given we just pissed off all of Europe and have a lot of enemies, is also not a good idea. So I think we'll go with the attempt to outscale our debt route, which is very risky, but kind of the only option we can go for here. Yeah, iron, coal, and steel is the top priority. True smoothies. See if there's anything else I need to get done first. We need the oil too, though. Our economy runs on oil. We also, I believe, have maxed out iron. Let's see if our new territories have any we can expand on, though. They do. Also, Negro can have more iron. Albania, Morocco, Timbuktu. Inner Mauritania has 32. That's massive. About coal. A little bit more coal, not a ton. Madagascar has a good amount. And then when we're done with that, we need to just work on steel. Where are you? Lots of available labor in Lombardy. Look at that. Almost 500,000. Beautiful. Well, that'll work. We'll build some massive steel, build a steel belt up there in the north of Italy to help with the post-war era as well. So in this timeline, we will actually industrialize both the north and south of Italy. That being said, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. So let's talk a little bit about where our country is, generally speaking, like the politics and kind of more the role play. Because otherwise I'm just going to get so obsessed with getting our economy to stabilize that I won't even think or talk about it. So we have a very large liberal movement in the country at this point, something the emperor is obviously very against, and basically anyone in the right coalition at this point, which is now the conservatives, the reactionaries, the church, the military, and the aristocrats, who are all desperately holding together in the last remnants of conservative thought in the country. Now, make no mistake, numerically, they are, I'm sure, a very small minority. Let's look. 600, 800.2. So yeah, that's like 1.4 million people. The ruling right coalition party in our country is probably around 2% of the actual people. So basically everyone is in like not in a party or in the left or in the socialists. The people who actually make up the right are such a small portion. So our country is essentially a very small group of the rich, the elite, the wealthy, and the nobility, the traders from back in the day, and if the guilds even remained, which I don't think they would obviously be in this. It's a very small group, but the advantage they have is they have all the wealth, and they have basically all the military power to a degree, right? Most of the officers and things like that. I'm sure the military interest would be primarily officers. Largely, yeah. Aristocrats, officers, bureaucrats, shopkeepers, and a lot of servicemen, actually. But in comparison to the rest, not very high. Unacceptable government. It's not very popular. If we wanted an acceptable form of government, we'd have to have the left in charge. But even that wouldn't be stable. So this is a very politically chaotic period for our country. Basically, the right and the left, neither one of them would be able to instill legitimate governments. So it's just a continuation of the conservative elements that put, obviously, House Torres back in power in the Civil War. So it'd be very turbulent. The only thing I think probably holding the country together right now is the success of the Risorgimento, right? World War I would imagine, was probably a nonpartisan issue, in the sense that the left also would have been seeking Italian unification. And in our own history, like liberals and leftists in Italy were very much for the unification of Italy. I mean, they didn't like how it happened, in the sense that it was, you know, the monarchy that essentially instilled it, and it was much more of an autocratic system in the beginning, which changed very quickly, actually. But they did support it as a whole. You can be nationalist and wish to see a united nation and still be very liberal and left, which was the case in history, and I think certainly in this timeline. So we're fresh off of the high that comes with winning basically a pseudo minor world war and uniting our country into a single state. So given that, I think that there'd probably be a bit of a very unstable political piece right now, where the left is willing to accept this current ruling government, even though they are vehemently opposed to it. And then, of course, the current ruling government is not trying to go after or start to, I think, beat down on the left. So we're kind of in this honeymoon period for Italy. But that will change very quickly. I'd give it a couple of years max, and that will just be gone, right? We'll be back to the old issues. I'm trying to think how this will even play out. We're going to get a civil war. And this time around, I want to find they got to follow Penguin, a way to do that where we make it much more realistic. So the next civil war, I want to fight out properly. I'll probably do a save edit when the next civil war happens to kind of split our country evenly, because I think we'd still have a lot of soldiers who would be loyal to their officers who are conservative, but a lot of them would just be very much on the left and supporting a civil war. So this will be, I think, the toughest period to see whether House Torres survives or not, folks. Because if the leftists take power at an event like this, it won't be like kind of what happened with Napoleon, where they'd be able to escape and get away and that kind of thing. The leftists would execute the royal family, make no mistake, almost certainly. They'd be tried, at the very least imprisoned, and had all power taken, most likely execution. I'll probably roll on that. I'll roll like a dice to see what happens. So for all of the mega campaign, this will be probably the most important and the most turbulent for if our family survives. Because in the past, loss didn't mean as much as it will for us right now. There's a lot of very angry people who are very upset with how we've treated this country for almost 1,000 years now. and we're not going to walk away scot-free. So we'll see how this goes. What's up, bros? How are you doing? They could follow as well. What's next for Italy? Stabilizing. I think it would be hard for our government or our king to have any grand ambitions right now, given two things. One, the political instability I just talked about. Like, let's underline this again. This is a coalition government of 1.3 million people supporting it, ruling over a nation of 90 million people. Right? Romanov treatment, yeah, it's similar to like Russian pre-revolution era, right? In that it's a very small, wealthy, powerful group of individuals tyrannically more or less ruling over a country, refusing any forms of major reform, and with a very large group of very well-organized opposition forces. I mean, yeah. The liberals on the left actually don't hate us, ironically. The business interests, the bureaucrats, and the professional interests, they actually all kind of like us. They're just more liberal in this time period, right? They're well-educated, and they're fairly wealthy in our country now, actually. The liberals don't hate us. The radical liberals don't like us, but they don't hate us either. So that's another reason why I think we don't have outright rebellion or civil war right now, is the left coalition, which is the second biggest, or I think numerically they would probably be the biggest. They are content enough with the current state of affairs that they're not agitating extreme actions to make political change. They're doing the old-fashioned, you know, moderate socialist route, which is reform through proper channels, right? Trying to get actual power, which they won't with the current system, but they'll get more and more upset about that until we either have to institute proper voting laws or we get a civil war. The communists and the socialists are different. They would be agitating for a civil war. The revolutionary socialists have now 3.4 million members, mostly laborers. The trade unionists have over 1 million members, mostly laborers. The reformist socialists, which is the more moderate, a little less than 1 million, and then a little bit less than 1 million on the village interests as well. See the other ones. Relatively small. No, okay, so I was completely wrong about that. By numbers, the largest party in terms of active supporters is the Communist Party right now. They have a total of around 4.5 million active supporters, which is higher than any of the other parties out there. The Liberal Party has around a little bit less than 2 million. The right has around 1.2 million. And the socialists have less than a little bit over 1 million. So by numbers, the communists are actually the largest now in our country. Holy fuck. Okay, I completely misjudged that. That'd be a problem, obviously. We also would hate the revolutionary socialists. They were the ones who did the bombing that killed our father, Simon Torres. And they also tried to kill us and almost succeeded. Donato Torres has a lot of scars from a bomb that almost blew up his car like his father's, so you gotta follow. So we have a lot of hatred for them, but they are popular and they're very large. They're overseen by Carcano Fortegueri, an ambitious, experienced political operator, very capable. He's a full-on vanguardist as well. So these are like Bolsheviks essentially, right? They're not the kind who want gradual, slow change. They're the kind who wants it now, and they want to be in complete control. So they're very dangerous. Meaning that's probably another reason actually why this government is even able to operate. The left party in our country would not want to probably work with the communists and the revolutionary socialists, because they'd be pretty loud about, like, you know, our way or the highway, basically. So the poor centrist liberals are kind of stuck. They can either support the ruling aristocracy that refuses to reform and keeps the country pretty economically one-sided, or they can side with the radical revolutionary socialists who want to instill a vanguard state and push everyone out of power. So they're stuck between two tyrants right now, and they're kind of just, I guess, going with the status quo. And then the socialists, I don't even know what they would be thinking right now. I mean, they're reformist, right? So they'd want to not instill change by radical reform. So although they're policy-wise a bit more radical than the left, they would also kind of be similar to the left, and then that they don't want to support a vanguard state under the communists, but they also don't really want to support the ruling conservative group. So we have a status quo. Like I said, this is a period of extreme political unrest, division, probably fighting, but no one wants to make a big move. The communists know that they can't. They don't have the numbers. They could try, but it'd be rough and they'd probably lose. The centrists and the liberals can't do anything because they'd either have to fight the government with all the soldiers in the power, or they would have to fight probably also with the communists. So it's basically, this is like a three-way Mexican standoff between the conservatives, the liberals, and the communists right now in our country. And no one wants to take the first shot. But we just unified our country, so everyone kind of is getting along and willing to tolerate each other. For our dear Emperor Donato Torres, it would be a very rough position. He's fairly popular. He's liked. I think he'd probably be even more liked than this, given that he unified Italy, right? I mean, that's a huge thing to have accomplished. He's only 22. Was it his primary ambition that he come up with this idea? Of course not. But he did oversee the war effort, and he was in charge of the country when we achieved unification. So he'd have a lot of popularity. I would imagine even liberals, even a little bit more of the liberals would probably really like him. I mean, he is an old school monarchist, but he's not a tyrant. He's not extreme. He does spend a little bit more than he should, but he would be seen probably as a hero by a lot of our country. To the communists, he'd be a horrible, evil tyrant and would be hated. So we may get another event where they try to assassinate him. I don't know if the game will throw that at us, but it's always possible. And we do have an heir as well, yeah. Fernando Torres. He is a young bureaucratic jingoist. He's 1 year old. I really love it when their ideology, like you find it out from the start. So like you have a 1-year-old and you already know, what their ideology is going to be. And I gotta say, he does look like a young jingoist, doesn't he? He's got this, like the hair stress. His hair's already falling out because he's so angry about our country not conquering more land. Also, Victoria 3 hair is just generally disgusting. Hopefully someone makes a mod for that. So anyway, that's more or less the state of our country. Like I said, three-way political Mexican standoff. No one wants to make a move. The emperor in the country is unified enough after the Great War that we are willing to tolerate one another. But as we proceed here, especially given how poor the economy is going right now, I'd say, like, if we can't get a hold of the economy, if our standard of living starts to really drop, that's when we're going to really deal with a full-on civil war. I don't think at that point, certainly not the communists, but perhaps not even the liberals would be willing to tolerate the state of affairs anymore. If, however, we can get the economy on track, if we can raise the standard of living, if we pass some moderate reforms, which is doable. I mean, again, he is not a radical, right? He's not very conservative. He is a moderate. We might be able to sustain the state of affairs for quite a while going into Hoi 4. So it's the state of affairs. For the Germans and for a lot of Europe, they would have basically just been trying to stop like another cataclysmic affair. Germany would have known how powerful they got when they unified. If you remember in the beginning of Victoria 3 for us, Germany did their unification play and became incredibly powerful with all the territory they took. Given that they are a radical leftist, almost communist state, they would know the power that comes to a country of unification, and they would have obviously wanted to stop us doing so, which they tried and they failed at. So I feel like there'd also be almost a bit of a Cold War situation between the two of us. Their current leader, their current chancellor, is a pacifist, so we don't have to fear outright war with him in charge. The ruling government, the right social democrats underneath, what's his name? The SPD, interesting. Underneath Peter Lingman. We wouldn't have to probably fear war with him, but we would be aware that the second he gets ousted and if a more radical leader came to power in Germany, we could be looking at another major war again. So it is a very rough state of affairs between us. Britain is now like a fairly, no, they're hostile to us again. Fuck, never mind. Send a diplomat. We did oust their government and put in place a monarchy and got rid of their really radical leftist government. So I guess they're gonna hold that against us, even though we didn't take advantage of it. Send diplomats everywhere else we can too. All right. Anyway, long rant there, but it's kind of how I see things. It's an interesting period. Italy was formed like 6 months ago in game and is already unstable as fuck. I mean, what did you expect of our current country's state of affairs, you know? The Italian peninsula has locked itself onto two roads. Deindustrialization of a softer hand. Instead of giving the children proper schooling, they forced them still into the minds of the uncouth King Torres. Hope his heir is enlightened to the leftist cause. Italian trade unionist Jacinto of Milano has fled after the Italian Civil War. You think they try and do moderate reforms? Yes, but I don't think we'd be rushing to do them. Because for Donato Torres, he's kind of threading the eye of the needle, right? He has to be able to keep his very conservative, rich, aristocratic supporters, which really allow him to sustain power, much like his father, Simón Torres. I mean, House Torres was brought back into power during the Civil War by the old school, very elitist aristocracy and capitalists. So we kind of owe them and we kind of rely on them for power. But he also is a moderate and knows that reform is needed. So we're kind of stuck. So I would imagine for him, he and his current government would be looking to solve the economic issues before they go for like reforms. If we can't solve the economic issues, we will have to make some big reforms though. So it's kind of just choosing the lesser of evils constantly here. Threading that needle. Set up a fortress line on the German border. That is not a bad idea. We cannot afford it at the moment though. We do have a fort line in northern Italy right now. Let me find where I put it. Which really saved us during that war, actually, if you remember. My gosh, those forts were huge. Yeah, we got fortresses in Romagna. We have fortresses in, I think, Florence as well. Yeah. So there is a small fortress line along here, which is why this area is so destroyed, because the Germans and the French and the Castellans tried to push this the whole war and failed. But building one in the Alps along with the mountain terrain would be huge. It's just, we have to fix the economy first. I know, Haggy, it's brutal. Yeah, we will see Donato in Hoi 4, absolutely, unless he gets assassinated, which is possible. The communists are very angry. I know how I'm gonna do the portraits for leaders too in Hoi 4. I told you guys I'm gonna take a break before Hoi 4, and I mean that, it might be 2 weeks. I'm gonna be generating AI pictures for the portrait leaders in Hoi 4. So I'm gonna be like looking at the leaders and how they look in Victoria 3, and I'm gonna be trying to generate interesting AI pictures, and then using those as the portraits for Hoi 4. I think it'll look pretty cool. I did some tests this week and it looked pretty good, so. I know some people don't really like AI pictures, but like the way that they've gotten, if you know what you're doing now, they look almost impossible to not tell the difference. Not always, but sometimes. I don't have MS Paint skills to draw leaders, so I could do it like a smiley face with like a picture of their flag, you know? That's about the limit of my skill level. I have to rely on other art options. Okay, it's back to the economy. It's the economy, stupid. God, I want more oil. I feel more American every time I say that. My only issue with AI art are people claiming it's their own, to be honest. It's not your own. It's a conglomeration of like artistic styles that an AI puts together to make something. Plus the AI made it. Don't get me monologuing on AI rights, Gray. We don't need that right now. I need to fix this economy. And if I start monologuing about AI rights, I'm going to ruin our economy because I won't pay attention. I am a very big believer in that, though. I know we don't have self-aware AI and like self-aware, you know, things like that, but I think we may have to deal with that fairly soon. Maybe not, but if we do, I'm a very big proponent for AI having full rights in terms of copyrights, in terms of being given like the same rights that humans have if they exist. Very big believer in that, which isn't actually very popular. Katai wants a defensive pact. They're so weak. No, they're radical liberals. We were going to decline that. Well, I do want to look at our diplomatic options here, though, and see if we have anything we can do that would be worthwhile or interesting. So I know how to play this game. Okay. Alliance with Brazil, yes. Alliance with Somalia, yes. We had the AI broke a bunch of those, I guess, for some reason. No idea why. Scandinavia might actually join our customs union. However, they are radical liberals, so we're not going to do that. The island north of South America, but not directly part of the Caribbean, is one of the best places for early oil. If I remember my history. You mean Curacao? Is Curacao an independent state? I think you mean Curacao, right? That's not an independent state. I think it's right here. It'd be Cuba and Zulia. Yeah, they had a lot of oil historically. It's not an independent state. I don't know if Zulia actually gets a bunch. They have discoverable resources, so it looks like you might be able to discover oil there. Cuba is... Are they in our customs union? No, they're in the German one, so we won't get that, sadly. It's a shame. I know what will fix the economy. Skyscrapers for everyone. We need skyscraper housing blocks for our people. Oh, we actually have a lot of unemployed people in Albania, Morocco, and Lombardy, which these buildings will see to, but we got a little while. With Italy united under our rule, dignitaries and dissidents alike from our fractured predecessors have been drawn to our country. Ottavio Isola now seeks to make Italy his home. My fellow countrymen, through grace and fortune, our nation has been brought together in the auspices of Italy. Shall we let this unity of spirit lead to the death of thought? No, I say, no. If we seek to truly unite, we must accept that this is one great mass of people. There will be an ocean of odd ideas. I know this to be true, for I am only one of these odd ideas. So please, my kindred spirits, will you let me in? Is he a goddamn revolutionary socialist? Get the fuck out. We have no reason to invite troublemakers. Go back to Germany. Thank you for the fall. Absolutely not. Oh, Ukraine's at war. Ukraine is currently having a revolution. A provisional government made up of radical leftists is currently revolting against the Ukrainian constitutional monarchy. Are we? Yeah, we're gonna join that. We are allies with Ukraine, so we will have to send men. Fuck, dude. Our economy doesn't need this right now. Also, I would like to note that Germany is up to 2,000 battalions now. The real question with Hoy is how do we bribe the MD devs to make a Torres submod? Oh, good luck. Good luck. They were supposed to add me as a portrait actually over a year ago, and they never did. So it's a shame. To be fair, I never followed up on it. Probably forgot about it, but still. Oh man, really gotta go quicker with our building here. I'm not gonna waste these, but we need to work on other things. This is taking too long. Why are we building so slow? Construction efficiency due to turmoil. Okay. There is a lot of turmoil right now. Fuck, we are gonna have to send some of our military. The pops are so high, I'm actually getting some lag. Let me turn off some programs right now. Discord. Foreign problem man wishes to cause problems? True. Fucking radical leftists everywhere. Turn off. Need Chrome. Turn my processing power. Wish I knew how to mod Hoi 4. I've always wanted alternate history start in MD. It would be cool. It's not too hard to learn, it's just very time intensive. That's the thing. Oh, wow. My computer's GPU is running a little hot here. One moment. It doesn't like simulating billions of people, apparently. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Fun fact, in the next update for MD, there's going to be a tree for Fiji. There's a couple fun trees coming with a new update, actually. The new pop system they're running is so cool. All right, my computer is not going to explode. Its temperature's going down. Fuck. I may have to turn down the graphics settings. We'll see. Doing great. Glad to hear that, man. Also doing good. All right, we are going to help them. They would make for a very good ally, and we need to remember that they are the heirs to Ruthenia long ago, who have done much for us. So we'll send around 100,000 men. Oh, okay. I'm gonna get our forts to stand down. We're not at an active war, so we are gonna go ahead and allow our fortress line in Florence to kind of, I think we have one in North Africa too, to diminish a little bit. America has sided with revolutionary Ukraine. We don't have the economy to be fighting the Americans in a full-blown war right now. The French Communist announced its ambitions to extend its borders from Savoy to the Rhine. It's put Savoy in danger of invasion. The French haven't learned a bloody lesson since Bonaparte. There's a single... I guess that technically does work in this context. If there's a single saber or demi-gun in their arsenal, they'll spoil for a fight. It's trying to appease. It's trying to appease them. Oh, wow. Okay, so France is fully communist now. The commune won the Civil War. France is no longer a socialist state. They are now a council republic run by trade unionists under Chairman Hugh Cavalry. Cavalry? Costello did win the war, though. Their flag's bugged. The monarchy did win the war, thankfully. Is Hesse still cursed as fuck? Yes, they are. Huh. Well, thankfully, Britain's no longer outright radical leftists. They're an oligarchy, so that's good. How strong is America? Their navy is the same size as us. Their army is smaller, but they can get more battalions if they conscript. Their economy is larger. Fuck. Here's the music real quick. Some Anno music. Japan joined the war. Japan's gonna fight with us against the Americans. Wow. Are Ukraine and Japan allies? No, they just swayed them into the war, I guess. I mean, the Japanese really like us, so I guess they would have been persuaded to join against the Americans jointly. Okay. Well, not what I wanted or expected, but we are about to go into another really large war here with America. Our military is ready to go. It's just going to be very costly. We have to fully mobilize now. Push hard, push fast, win the war. Where's their navy at? Where's all their convoys going through? 6.3, 6.3. 3. That is where we want to hit right there. Hit both their choke points. There's Navy strong enough we can only really hit one though. Alrighty. Here we go. Us, the Japanese, and Ukraine against the Americans and the Ukrainian Revolutionary Socialist or Liberal Socialist State. I don't even know what half these socialist governments are at this point. I imagine they're very similar to like the Russian Civil War and Revolution, right? They're just conglomeration of like liberals, leftists, and everything in between who are fighting against the old school conservative powers, and it's just almost like a coalition. They don't agree on anything except that the current government needs to be overthrown. So, here we go. We have a lot of troops in currently the Ukrainian region. I think around 300,000 we've sent there so far. Our military is way stronger than the rebels, but the American military, if I remember correctly, is actually as good as us. So, our deficit again, look at that. We really gotta start out scaling here. We can find their fleet and sink it. They've got a lot of their fleets here. Let's go for that immediately. Send Spaducci off the coast of Washington. Now they are the third largest economy, so we do have the chance here to bump them off their peg, which would be very nice. Yeah, they took Yucatan a while back. They own all of it now. Mexico's a very democratic, very liberal state in this timeline. Communist now. Radical liberal. California is owned by the Japanese? What the fuck? California is an independent country of a democratic republic of socialist make right now, with their state religion being Shinto. Because remember, it was the Usugai originally who colonized California. It changed hands like 10 times though. Like the Spanish took it, the Hosokawa took it, the Indians took it for a little while, but now they're finally independent, and I guess it is a primarily Japanese state. Holy crap, that's actually cool as hell. Universal suffrage, parliamentary republic, state religion though, Shinto state religion, guaranteed liberties, proportional taxation, public health care, right of assembly, regulatory bodies, they have OSHA, holy crap. Women have property rights. This is probably one of the nicer places to live in this timeline, not gonna lie. They're trying to enact, or a lot of people want to enact state atheism. What is their primary culture? It's a hybrid culture, say Goku American, which would be part Native American, part Japanese, is the primary culture of people in California. Huh. That's cool as fuck. The other major cultural groups are French, Dutch, Native American, Franco-Canadian, Andalusian Canadian, Norwegian Canadian, Galician, and they've got some Occitanians for some reason too. The Goku Texan. Oh man, I love the hybrid cultures you get. They're so interesting. California and Colorado has a bunch of Brithono English. Huh. That's cool. I'm curious, what's Colombia? A democratic republic, Catholic, Andalusian, Canadian. Castile and Louisiana is a democratic republic. Primarily culture is Mexican. French commune actually owns land in the Midwest still, for some reason. I do like how that communist commune in Western New York is still alive too. Remember New Norway from back in the day? They're still alive. And there's almost 3 million of them. What's up, Dolphin? A lot of democratic republics in the New World. They are really liberal. Yeah, everyone's a democratic republic. Except for America, who's a constitutional empire. Gran Colombia, Democratic Republic. Brazil, Democratic Republic. Peru, Democratic Republic. La Plata, Republic. Yeah, all America is currently a republic, except for the Americans who are an empire. Ah, the irony. Japan also still owns parts of Saskatchewan. And the Americas in this timeline have been so interesting. I know the border gore is horrendous, but it has been, roleplay-wise, so interesting. Gwich'in? There is an independent Native American country in Alaska now, too. Damn. That's cool as fuck. Alrighty, anyway, back to War of the Americans. We have our fleet off the eastern coastline of the Americas, and we should get a battle with their navy pretty soon here. Is Montevideo Italian? I remember it being from the Papal States. I'm not too sure. Where'd you see it, Penguin? Montevidean. Didn't see that one. Let me know where you saw it. It's a very unique world, I'll give it that. South America under Brazil. That's a video. La Plata. Is it a culture or is it a country? Yeah, there are Sardinian and Brazilians left. There are a few. Like, there are still Italians into South America, just not many. I'm not seeing them. Capital of Uruguay, you own it. I see. Down here? Monte Grosso. Still don't see that culture though. Or am I completely tripping right now? Anyway, it's a very interesting Americas. Such even more of a melting pot than our own timeline, I would say. You discovered oil in Bahia in Brazil. That'll make them very wealthy. Hopefully they'll export that to us, but given how advanced they are, they'll be using it themselves. Oil discovered in Haiti, too. That is in the German trade market. There we go. First naval battle of the war. Yeah, their navy is as strong as ours. Just a heads up, folks. The American Navy is very advanced. They're using pre-dreadnoughts just like we are. Holy crap, they are strong. We're gonna win this, but we got a very good engagement with them here. Solid Admiral too. They're trying to naval invade us. Oh fuck, they're gonna land. We are winning in Ukraine, which is what matters. That's what will get the peace in this war. But I think the Americans are about to land somewhere in the Mediterranean from the looks of things. Our debt is out horrendous. We need to be trying to get out of it, but we got stuck in another war here. Oh, man. We need to make a landing in the Americas then. I really hope they don't land in Sardinia. That would be a problem. Let me take a look at our trade routes again too. I thought so. There was some to the Americans we can just get rid of. Steel. We may dislike the commune, but we'll import from it if it's useful enough. Need engines. Our economy is just barely staying afloat for what we need. We have a lot of countries in our market sphere right now. If you remember, Egypt and Somalia are in our market, and as such, I'm sure they've changed a lot of PMs, which are just sucking up resources we don't have, which is unfortunate, but roleplay wise, we need that economic bloc to compete with the French. Well, not the French anymore, I guess. The Germans and the British and the Chagatized markets. Can we get war reps from America? Technically, no, we'd have to negotiate or I have to save edit it. If I want to save edit it, we could. They are going to try and land on southern Italy, but it looks like they may not succeed, even though we don't have a general there. Well, this will be close. General Jean Dacile Surette is trying to land in Calabria. I think that's Calabria, isn't it? Yep. Building ports or railways in Italy and in North Africa, as you have very low market access there. Yes, but we need other things more importantly right now. Our construction's taking forever on everything because our turmoil is so high. Our country has 26 million radicals right now, so it's really hard to get anything done, even with maxed out militarized police. All right, we need to go for a naval invasion. I'm gonna try and land in Yucatan. I've never seen that before. The Battle of Kiev. Somehow 500,000 of our soldiers met together to fight in Kiev. Whoa, that's a big battle. Is that a bug? We're just going with human wave tactics to take Kiev right now. Probably Munich or London. I can look in a minute. Kiev has fallen. The laborers of silk plantations in Sicily have been affected significantly by the loss of silkworms to Fibrina. We have petitioned the government for financial assistance. Oh, Christ, we don't need this right now, but we can't get people more pissed off, so we'll accept. More costs. Korea said we may have lost the war, but we can make them turn socialist instead. Yeah, they're really just playing the hands-off method here. Might work for them. The Americans did fill their naval invasion of Calabria. We pushed them back. Let's see if we can succeed in the same in the Yucatan here. The British have embargoed us. I will do a save it if we're in this war to make the Americans give us basically a lump sum payment. I'm not going to have them just pay off all our debt, but a reasonable amount is reasonable here. We have to beat the Americans first, though. The war is over. We won. Okay. I'm going to do a couple save edits right now. I'm going to go ahead and give Schleswig-Holstein back to Germany. I'm going to make the Americans give us, we'll go with 10 million. That's reasonable. It's not actually a lot in terms of our debt, but I don't want to just be unrealistic with this and make them give it a reasonable amount. And then I'm going to give the land in Greece to us as well. So I'm also going to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back in around 5-10 minutes with those save edits. Shortly. I'm back. We have the fixes. I have transferred Schleswig-Holstein. I have given us the land in Greece, and then in the post peace deal treaty, I have given us 15 million, and I took it away from the Americans. They also are about to have a civil war, by the way. These revolutionary socialists are literally about to start a civil war in America. So I don't know why they joined this war, given they were on the cusp of civil war, unless the emperor here has made it part of his grand plan to make his country into a radical socialist state. Given he's kind of had off and on liberal governments since he came to power, I think it'd be very possible. He's an arbitrary pacifist, so maybe this is all part of his grand plan to turn America into a syndicalist state. Perhaps. Yeah, those battles with the Germans and the British are just so huge. Look at that. Britain and Germany are still in a war right now that started separately from the war that we were fighting in, the World War. John French is fighting it. Nice. Someone mentioned John French in a stream I think a couple weeks ago, and I ended up looking him up. He's actually a really interesting person. He's historically very real. His career is actually fucking fascinating. I guess it's supposed to be the same person, so that's really interesting. In this timeline, he's fought. He was a part of the defense of London, the defense of the British Isles from the Sardinians, now the Italians, and he's also apparently been leading all the battles with the Germans in the, what is this now, like the third British-German war in the last 30 years or something? It's kind of crazy. They've been friends, they've been enemies, they've fought wars with each other and against each other. Very turbulent history, turbulent relationship. There is a civil war in Toulouse now as well. Aquitaine. That's a leftist revolt in Toulouse as well. Man, they are everywhere right now, aren't they? Japan took southern Korea. That I had not seen. Well, yeah, this is very modded Pinkerton. I have a mod list if you'd like it. You can go find it in a moment if you want. And yes, it is. This is a grand campaign. We started in 1066, so we are almost 900 years in. Modern archaeology. For advancements in the archaeological field, methodology rose in the late 19th century. One of the pioneering figures of this was Augustus Pitt Rivers, who meticulously excavated on Cranbourne Chase in southern England, emphasizing that it would not only be items of beauty or value that should be recorded, but mundane items as well. Flinders Petrie introduced systematic methodology in archaeology and preservation of artifacts. Beautiful. We would be able to have more things for our archaeology museum, but it bugged for us, so we don't have one. What's up, Lollipop? I really hope that the mod developers for our RP mod for Vic3 end up adding Morgenrada. Morgenrada is the mod I've been running that was all the events we've had for flight, for basically flight racing, for like expeditions, the really more interesting ones, astronomy events that we've been seeing, all that sort of stuff is with this mod. I think, in my opinion, it's one of the best Vic3 mods currently out there, and it's so underrated. Like, I looked at it the other day on Steam, and it only has like 100 reviews. Let me link it, actually, because that is one of those mods that is just like criminally fucking underrated. You got like absolute garbage mods like the Great Rework that are so popular, and then mods like that are just ignored. Sad. Where is it? Does it work with our mod? I'm sure if you ran them together, yes, but not in multiplayer. Our mod team hasn't tried to add it to the mod yet. It has more reviews now. It's up to 169. Nice. But this is an amazing mod. If you play Vic3, play with this mod. It's fantastic. And then if you want the mods I'm playing with right now, you can like those too. There you are. But yeah, it's come all the way from CK3. So save translated to EU4, and then from EU4 save translated to Victoria 3. We're gonna save translate to Hoi 4, and then we're gonna end playing in Stellaris. So it's all the way through. I started this August of last year, so it's been over a year, though I did take a break until January. So technically we're like, what, 9 or 10 months into this mega campaign of actively playing it once a week? Been quite a while. It feels like a while at this point. I don't know about you guys, but when I was finishing that video like this last week, it really like struck me how long I've been doing this mega campaign at this point. Like, I kind of wish we were further along, but I'm glad that we're not, because, you know, it's made it so much better to take our time and make it more kind of in-depth, but fucking hell. We're at the end of Victoria 3, and it's been like 8 or 9 months of playing. Kind of crazy. Last Grand Campaign I streamed, I got through very quickly. I think I did it in 2 or 3 months, but I just sped through it. I paid no attention to the detail. I just kind of rushed it. Map color mod? No, a lot of these are just like migrated states, so they just have different colors automatically. They don't have the tags, which is going to be a nightmare when I go to Hoi 4, trying to get all the tags to align. Okay, what we need to do right now is I need to look at the railways and our infrastructure. Despite not enjoying full rights under Italian law, some wealthier Japanese people have begun moving into neighborhoods and frequenting establishments that would be normally excluded from. Well, given that we are very close with the Japanese and don't want to piss them off in our history with them, we will allow them to do so. God, that'll piss off our whole government, though. What do? Do we piss off the conservative aristocratic establishment, or do we piss off our friends in Japan? There's no good option here. This is not technically an event that has a lot of meaning in the game itself, but roleplay-wise, this has a lot of meaning. So we're gonna do our first poll for the day. Because this more speaks to our future relations with the Japanese, more than anything else, and how I roleplay that. So I'll let you guys decide. And probably our political future, too. The fascist party apparently has appeared, by the way. I don't know if you guys just noticed that. Fascists. There's 100,000 fascist supporters in our country. Oh, wow. All right. Quick poll time. I didn't realize they were already here. Yeah, Italy moment for real. Pretty early, 1912. I mean, fascism was definitely around at this point. It just hadn't really grown. And obviously, a lot of the big fascist thinkers and ideologues hadn't really come along. But in Italy, I'd say 1912, I mean, there would have been a small pseudo-early fascist movement at that point, right? My Italian history isn't amazing. But I think it was around, wasn't it? A lot of oh my God. Most of our fascists are capitalists and engineers. 3,000 of our academics are fascists. Over 1,000 of our officers in our military are fascists. Not a lot of our aristocrats are fascist. A bunch of the clergy. Oh man. Technocracy, they want an ethno-state, they want racial segregation, mass conscription, interventionism, they want agrarianism? Oh God. Benito Briccolini. Oh man. Single party state, militarized police. Bastion of tradition. It's bugged though. Fascism started becoming a popular movement around 1915. Yep, okay. We're on historical track right now. Patriotic, fascist. It's led by Pier Francesco Guarni, who is a hedonist political operator. Do they have a party yet? They don't. They're welcome here. All right. They have earned their success with all it entails. How close is that poll? Not close at all. Every country is going through revolution except the Chagatai. The Chagatai state is eternal. You have to remember. It's the eternal state. Do they even have like unrest? Or do they not suffer from the problems of mere mortal nations? Just out of curiosity, I'm not going to use any of this information, but just for our own sake, I want to take a quick look at their country. Okay, 219 million radicals. Wow. And given they have a population of almost 900 million. Oh my God. Fascism has a lot of clout in their country, 4.2%. No political parties because they're autocratic. The radical liberals hate the fucking government, so do the socialists. There's really not as many as I'd expect. No, there's 6 million revolutionary socialists. 300,000 fascists. 6 million Chinese or Chagatai anarchists. Huh. They could have a civil war pretty soon, not gonna lie. They're not above it. They just haven't had it happen. Being autocratic has its benefits. It's much easier to not have uprisings and things like that. Okay. Well, we have some interesting political movements about to happen in our country here, I would say. What's up, twins? There's not one day I can catch your streams earlier. Always late. It's not too late. I started not super early today. Would we be trying to make any reforms at this point? Thank you for the bits, Holster. What's up, man? Good to see you, brother. I feel like we've done most of the major reforms we would have right now, though, to be fair. I mean, laissez-faire really much fits the aristocratic capitalist government that rules right now. Commercialized agriculture we would keep, public schools we would keep. Compulsory primary education we wouldn't be for, it's a way too liberal of a reform. Migration controls would be interesting, but our standard of living has dropped too much for that to really be viable. And that was also a more liberal reform. Compulsory education, not for the ruling government right now. We have plenty of educated workers. We are not lacking from that enough to want to give people more education and more reason to complain and go against our ruling government. Feel like a rant. If it's an interesting one, yeah, sure. Yeah, our literacy rate is pretty high, all things considered. 70% in 1912 is solid. Not amazing, but pretty good. What's up, Tall? Thank you for the 16 months, man. Are you free from COVID entirely now, man? Are you out of the woodwork? Fucking hell. I know it's been kind of hitting a lot of people lately. The village interests have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the business interests, which we, as always, are doing. Oh, good, man. Glad to hear that. Fucking hell. How many times have you gotten it now, Tall? Was this your first? Mod 484 I've been waiting for a while has come out. Is that the update for Old World Blues or which mod, Lollipop? The leftists should take over Italy, down with the monarchy. That's fucking disgusting, Gray. That is fucking disgusting to hear you say. I expected better of you, I'll be honest. No loyalty for the family who has guided this nation for almost 1,000 years. You had it one time before. Gotcha. I got it twice. I found for me the second time it hits so much harder, dude. I don't know if that's the case for you. I mean, it sounded like you were pretty rough there for a bit. What song are we playing, UK? What's up, the master? I'm very distracted. Okay, what we need to do again is we need to start looking, which I think people have said a few times now, or someone said earlier, is we need to look at the market access, which is a huge issue for us. Or the issue is engines are so fucking expensive. There's literally no economic incentive to even keep this. Let's go down to that and see if that helps at all. We kind of need to subsidize what we can subsidize. Are our ports... We have a pretty good big surplus of, I think, convoys too, so we can't really go that route either. Let's see. There usually is a bar up here that shows us how many convoys we have in excess, but I don't see that. If I start a trade route, it will tell me. $3,000 convoys, so we could actually use a bit more. Which infrastructure do these give each? 7.5, we need to basically build another 5. Five. 3, 3. Price 3. Railways aren't economically sustainable, so in order to deal with our access issues, we basically have to do ports because they're more profitable. Which is not the best way to deal with a problem like this, but we kind of have to. I'll do a few of them, not all. Hey, Hamu, you saw recent news between us and Canada. Didn't you, like... Didn't India supposedly get blamed for, like, assassinating someone in Canada or something like that? I know they're really pissed off when you guys are having a spat. I remember you're from India, man. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Wasn't it something like you got claimed, like you were blamed for killing, like, a Canadian politician or something, wasn't it? I saw an article about that. I didn't read too much into it. Pretty wild, if it's what I think it is. UK national anthem? It's in theme, technically, so we'll play it. I should have that ready to go. I used it in the video when I finished it last night. Rule Britannia. In honor of the British-German war that's ongoing, I'll play it. There you go. You British nationalist, you. Code made me pass out during the RimWorld stream. Did you actually full on pass out, man? Jesus. I'm sure the master's getting like Vietnam-style flashbacks from the song right now, though. I do apologize. He was a Canadian citizen, but here he is considered a terrorist, so hot water. Most people actually don't know who killed him, but it's a win-win in most people's book. Yeah, I know it wasn't confirmed that anyone in particular killed him, but... Canadian citizen, why is he considered a terrorist in your country, Master? I don't know anything about the guy. Canada accused India of murdering a Sikh activist. US confirmed that India is indeed behind it. Oh, Jesus. Was he killed in Canada? It's not the national anthem? Well, it should be. It's way better than your actual one. I said it. Fine. I'll hit a technical one. There you go. Here's the real one. I was trying to do you a solid and play you the better one, but you know, hey, here you go. Here's the one you want. Canada's in the news a lot lately. The applaud for a Nazi Ukrainian because he fought the USSR. That I saw too. That's crazy. Didn't the guy end up stepping down the speaker? Or what's it called? That position that the Canadians and the British have. Is it the speaker? It's not the speaker. The guy who yells at everyone, right? And keeps order in your parliament. What's the name of that guy? Wasn't he the one who stepped down? Forget his name. Let me pop up an article about this too. Canadian-Indian relations have been rocked by Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's allegation that the Indian government assassinated a Sikh independence activist. Oh, so he wants an independent, like probably Punjab nation then, like a Sikh nation. Hardeep Singh Nijjar on Canadian soil. So he was killed in Canada. The claim is explosive for 3 reasons. First, it suggests that today's Indian government is confident enough in its international standing to take such a momentous step. Democracy assassinating a citizen of another democracy and on the latter's own soil is no small action. If they actually did it, regardless of whether he was... I mean, that's actually crazy, if they killed someone on Canadian soil like that. That's a big no-no. Yeah, though, this song is ass. Sorry, UK, I know you love your country, but this is a horrible fucking song. It's a bad song. It's a horrible song. Rule Britannia, dude. I get secondhand nationalism for your country every time I listen to it. Rule Britannia makes me want to be British. It's fucking badass. This song is an embarrassment. I'm just saying. We all know it. You know it. Even Brits know it. You won't admit it half the time, but it's true. I mean, it's like America's national anthem fucking sucks too. Like ours, it's okay. It's not great. We've got a lot of other patriotic songs that are way better. You know, a lot of countries don't have a very good national anthem. And Britain definitely doesn't. I like Britain a lot, but that song is so bad. Fucking hell. Yeah, Rule Britannia. You know, if someone from India is saying that a British song is good, it's good. Yeah, it's Rule Britannia is fucking top tier. And thank you for the gifted sub, Ulster, man. Very appreciated. I am doing the drinking stream tomorrow night, by the way. We're gonna do Japan, Victoria 3, and I'm gonna play RimWorld after, and I will drink for that. Not stupid drunk, but I will drink for it, because I promised a drinking stream. I need to decide on another sub goal, too. I have no idea what I want to do for that. The thing that makes the US national anthem good is the story behind it. That's fair. The context of it is cool. As per Canadian laws, such an action constitutes an act of war from India, but it's doubtful Trudeau would follow up on it. I mean, yeah, assassinating someone in their own country, that's pretty fucking extreme. Unfollowed? Yeah, there we go. I figured. It's a bad song. Brazil has an amazing national anthem. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's pretty solid. I'm trying to think like what country even has like a good national anthem, like the official one, right? There's a lot of unofficial ones that are really good. Like official national anthems. I think the Chinese one's actually pretty good if I'm thinking of the right one. I mean, I think Chinese national anthem. It's the one I'm thinking of. It's really good. Yeah. Yeah, the Chinese national anthem's good. I like that one. China #1. This statement has been paid for by the Chinese government. It's a pretty good one. France has a good one. I don't like the Russian one very much. It's okay. It's not amazing. Propaganda at your doorstep, true. I am obligated to say that the Chinese anthem is the best due to wanting to be able to have children when they conquer America. This one's not too bad. I'm getting very sidetracked right now. We are going to go back to the game in a minute, I promise. Yeah, Turkish anthem's not bad. Agreed. Yeah, okay, this one. This one slaps pretty hard. That's true. Of all the countries, the French, they have a good one. Turkish anthem is solid. Let me play that one. I do like that one. You should demand payment for state sponsorships. That's true. My social credit score is so low, though. Wouldn't matter. The Indian one is very chill. Not horrible, not great. Just chill. Solid. Have you ever heard the Scottish National Anthem? I think I have. Which one is it? It's got bagpipes in it, so it's automatically good. But it's still what I'm thinking of. Flower of Scotland, is that the one? Yeah, it is. I love bagpipes, man. We're on a hard tangent right now. Uruguay Anthem? Is it good? Song requests? I don't do it anymore. If you want me to play a song and use your points for it, just throw the link in here and I'll play it. I may actually not have heard this, Scythe. Which is shocking. I lived there for a long time. I've heard this one. It's pretty good. Is this one like the bagpipes come in like slowly and then they get really fucking loud? Isn't it this one? Play that right after. That's a good fucking song, Master. I love that song. I have it on a playlist of Indian music, actually. Is this when the bagpipes come in? No, it's not. Are there no bagpipes in the whole song? That's fucking embarrassing. Unbelievable. See, this is the kind of song you should play for your anthem for the Scots. Why, Scythe, why is this not your anthem? Explain to me, as a proud fucking Scotsman, why this isn't your anthem. Honestly. It slaps, it conveys the vulgar aggressiveness of your people. There's no aspect of this song that doesn't scream Scotland in your face. With nothing underneath the kilt. Right? You just did? Oh shit. It was created before bagpipes were invented. You could add bagpipes to it though, couldn't you? You know? I mean, I assume you mean before they got to Scotland, right? Because bagpipes are really old. They're just from like, I think like Africa and the Middle East, right? This is 10 times better. Oh yeah. Way better. Way better. This isn't your anthem though, right, Master? This is just like, I think it's from a movie. There's some really good fucking songs from Indian movies. T-Series. You all remember when, like, wasn't it PewDiePie who was like constantly fighting with T-Series over who had the most subs or something on YouTube? That was a long time ago now. Anyway, let's get back to playing the game. Yeah, Bollywood music does slap pretty fucking hard a lot of the time. I've got like a whole playlist on YouTube somewhere of like a couple dozen really good Indian songs from movies. T-Series has a monopoly on music here, so it's yeah, it's kind of shit. That does suck. Monopolies are the way of the modern industry period, but especially entertainment. The business interests have started complaining about the existence of subsistence farmers in inner Mauritania. I don't think there's anyone in our country who doesn't want to get rid of them, to be fair. It's like all the Vivo channels combined to be a single one. Terrifying. That shit was pre-COVID. Yeah, the PewDiePie T-Series competition, that was like a decade ago at this point, wasn't it? It was a long time ago. I think I was in high school when that happened. Long time ago. All right. We're building ports which will deal with our market access issues on the Italian peninsula. We are building oil to be able to sustain modern assembly lines, to be able to decrease costs and free up labor, to expand our industry, to stop the economic crisis. And we are dealing with the steel industry by, in the post-war period in the conquered lands in Lombardy and Venetia. We are going to be building large steel plants there for all the unemployed people, industrializing both the south and north of Italy. That is the plan that we are attempting to oversee here, now that we are no longer stuck in another giant war. So let's see if we can pull it off. 2017, a little bit later than I thought. It was fun though when it happened. I managed the only source of entertainment was Eurovision. I don't like that. I don't like anything about that statement. Eurovision has like a good song every 2 years, like couple of years. It's just not fantastic. Just saying. A lot of the songs are pretty ass. London's streets were built for capitalism, while Paris was built for military marching. Guess it backfired on France in World War II. March right on down that aisle, huh? Yeah, it was a meme forever on the internet and stuff. How are we looking on oil? We actually have a surplus of oil. All right, let's start turning on the assembly lines then. What do we need to really make more money on? Tooling would be nice. Let's do assembly lines for tooling. We need more electricity too. How are we on that? We do not have enough. Are all of our plants filled? God, we need everything. Everything all at once. To be fair, shifting from like a early industrial economy to a like modern industrial economy is very expensive and not easy to do. Can we afford that? No, we cannot. We don't have enough coal. 2018. Okay, 5 years ago. Not as long as I thought. It's bad that I never seen a single PewDiePie video. They're not that good. He's an entertaining guy, but it's a... I don't know. There's a lot of options out there. So, no, it's not that surprising, I would say. I don't think I ever watched him consistently. Like, really early Minecraft days, I think I watched a little bit of him. Like, really early Minecraft days. But that was a long time ago. His new stuff about living in Japan is amazing. He lives in Japan now? What? Yeah, I remember the horror videos that got him popular. Just like screaming in Swedish. He lives in Japan. Whoa. Last I remember, I thought he was in Britain. That's how it is, like old celebrities you stop caring about. You hear about them like way later, and then they're just doing something you completely don't expect. Not that it matters, but it's kind of interesting. I mean, he was kind of like one of the first, I think, really big internet celebrities, right? In many ways. We have a civil war that we're not involved in. Northern Serbia is revolting, and we weren't called into that war against Kosovo. Who's winning? Kosovo is going to win that war, so it's fine. I guess they didn't need us, which is cool. That's a good thing. But one of our puppets in the Balkans is dealing with internal problems. Of all places, you never expect this. It's the Balkans. Lombardy is still alive too, apparently. Huh. We have electrical capacitors now. Beautiful. Oof, what do we want to work on here? This would be really nice, but we need to actually get a lot of electricity. We could try and rush oil turbines, but it's not worth it. We need oil turbines. We have a lot. We have more oil, I think, than we do coal in terms of what we can max out, which is hilarious. This will give us fascism, by the way. Political agitation. That'll really make the fascists more popular. Go for elevators. Very useful to have. Capacitors are that old? Being an electronics engineer, I never knew that. Apparently. Hey, let me Google it. When did they first kind of become a thing? Electrical capacitors first invented. Technically, they were invented in 1745, but I mean like the modern version. Let's look. Yeah, a lot of the early innovations for them came around in around 1905 to around like 1930. So this was the era when they started to really become like more useful. But my knowledge on electrical engineering is non-existent though. Like a lot of scientific areas I have no knowledge in, and electricity and like mechanical things like that. Oof, I have no fucking idea, dude. I don't really watch any of the big Let's Players, but I think I prefer Markiplier. Markiplier is still one of those guys I did used to watch a good amount, like when I was younger. He's just a very charismatic guy, you know. I mean, like a lot of big YouTubers have a fair bit of charisma, but Markiplier is fucking different, man. Like that guy's just entertaining, easy to watch. And I agree with you, Scythe. I've always watched smaller YouTubers and smaller streamers. It's more fun, easier to talk to, and no, they don't have big egos usually and stuff like that, which is nice. Like, I don't even bother to try and watch or interact with like big Twitch streamers or things like that, because, oh, it doesn't happen. PewDiePie lived in Brighton, and now a load of other strange big Minecraft YouTubers live there. Maybe they've got like a secret cult under the city, UK, where they sacrifice people to Steve, or to bring back Hammurabae or something, you know? That might be what's going on. Being an electronics engineer, I still don't understand shit. Well, good. But that's that kind of like, I don't know anything that comes of a lot of knowledge, you know? I'm on the wavelength where I just don't have any conception of it. You're on the wavelength where you know it well enough that you know you don't know anything, which is a good place to be at, but they're very different, let's be honest. All right, we can incorporate some more states too. Let's go for that. This is some very movie music here. I'm playing a video game soundtrack, by the way. This isn't a movie playlist. We gotta get more. To even try and incorporate Northern Italy, it's gonna be so much. Look at that. Our deficit is down to 100,000. Oh boy, here we go. I told you we could outscale the debt, and we're actually doing it. All it took, get ready, drum roll, was lots of oil. Turns out, you can blow up your economy and not care about debt if you transition to an oil economy. So, as I predicted, we're literally just gonna do it in America here. It's exactly what we're gonna do. The oil economy is here to stay. It is our great redeemer. Markiplier's father has an amazing mustache. That I didn't know. His mother is Korean. Oh, nice. Thank you to follow, Elenin77. You know, I gotta say though, your name is pretty dangerous considering the internal political problems our country's having right now. I don't suppose that you happen to be a member of a certain communist party that's advocating for radical vanguardism in our country right now, are you? The people who killed our father, Simon Torres. There's so many of them now, holy Christ. Are they over 2 million? Yeah, they're almost at 3 million now. There's almost 5 million in the Communist Party. It's terrifying. It's fine. Just don't think about it. Keep working on the economy. As long as we stabilize and we give the capitalists and aristocrats enough money, we will not have to worry. The discovery of oil in the Sinai is causing people to flock to the state, hoping to find jobs in this booming industry. Maybe we will actually be able to fully get people working in the Suez Canal. That'd be lovely. I think it's still like, there's still only 900 people working in the Suez Canal. Oh my god. Rule 1 of all engineering: if you think you know what's going on, you definitely don't know what's going on. It's wise. I find with a lot of very specialized like industries and specialized professions, and especially a lot of academia in general, the amount of ego and like people thinking they know so much when they know so little is kind of crazy. I think like the most educated, wise people I've met are the ones who are very upfront about like not knowing as much as they can and should and will ever be able to, right? Like the most wise and interesting academics and people who are in very like very tough, high intelligence jobs, the best of them always tend to be very, you know, honest about not knowing and wanting to know more. But the most common type is the people who ego goes to the size of the sun because they think because they've got a degree and a bit of education, they know everything. And you usually get a lot of knowledge through education. But I think one of the most important things learning should teach a person is that humanity knows very little. Broadly speaking, we know a lot of like very useful like things that can be applied and can make our lives better, but that tends to just, oh man, it comes with so much ego. I grew up around like very academic people, and you know, I've been friends with and encountered a lot of them in my life, and it's just such a common issue. I think so bad. I was one of those guys who thought I knew everything when I was in college. First year of engineering broke the fuck out of me. When you had to actually go work on the job, that'll do it. That will do it. How are we on oil? Not too much of a deficit. We're all right. We have only half the coal we need. There's just no way for us to get more coal, though. Besides conquest, which we are not ready to be doing right now. That being said, any bit of coal we can get, let's get. To be real, I want to become a park ranger after college. I'm sick of the real world. That's fair, man. Working out in nature is a very rewarding job. I had a buddy who ended up doing that. He went like, first, I think I haven't seen him in years, but he went to fight the forest fires in California for a while, and he transitioned into working at a national park. He's really happy. I still have him on Snapchat. I see like, you know, what he's doing. He was very unhappy in college and living like regular city life, and he's so fucking happy now working on a park like that. So you gotta really love nature, though. You really do. There's a difference between like enjoying going out hiking every weekend or, you know, once a month and living in nature all the time. They're two very different things, but if you're the type of person who enjoys it, it's a very rewarding job. You won't be paid well either, though. You know, you're not gonna get rich off of doing that. Coding did the same for you. It's another rabbit hole that goes very deep. I don't know what I want to do, to be honest. I'm a month into English teacher education, but I don't care if I actually want to go into teaching as a career. English is one of those skills, or language in general is one of those skills you can transition to a lot of jobs with, right? There's some jobs you study in college and either you can do like the thing it's for or you're fucked. English can go a lot of different ways, which is nice. Or language. It's okay to want to change things when you get older, but you also should try and find something you want to do, you know, especially in your early, mid, late 20s. Because otherwise you're just going to keep changing things and it'll be a little rough. I did that. I switched what I wanted a little too much. And I kind of, in many ways, do wish I had gone down something more securely. But here's what it is. It's a very delicate balance I think you learn when you get older. That it's good to like try and pursue what you want to do in life and be willing to switch if you want to, but you also kind of do need to find something to pay the bills. It's very important. God, look at this, how slow we're constructing. There's a lot of radicals in Madagascar. Oh my God, turmoil's at max. I told y'all today would be me trying to save the economy, and that's what really it is going to be. Let's go and exile that dissident or agitator. He wants mass conscription, which we really don't want to go for. That would get rid of our professional military. Oh, did I crash the game? Nope, we're good. The game does not like me loading agitators. I'm just curious though, I want to look through here. Oh my god, look how many agitators we have in the game right now. That would be why it's lagging every time I click on it. None of them are available to us. Ah, closed borders. How are the other ones getting in then? I get annoyed when people say med school is hard. I agree, but engineering is on the same level, if not harder in certain branches. I slept for 4 hours in my college years. Most of the STEM field in general is very difficult. Especially the applied stuff. Theory is a little bit more doable, but STEM that goes deep, if you go past bachelor's and like a master's, a PhD, or applied programs like that, it's fucking rough, dude. Has Byzantium done anything, or are they still just lying low this entire time? They are still isolationists, I believe, and just chilling. Yeah, they're still isolationists. They're not really doing anything, just getting weaker and weaker. Still don't know. I want to go to a business degree, so after my years of nature and being a tree lover, I can start my own business. That'd be cool, man. Do your own business now, but it took a while. I worked 4 years at NVIDIA in a smaller company. NVIDIA, huh? That's a pretty cool job. I don't know how interesting it was for you, but... Huh, that's cool. War to force them open? There's a lot of interesting war moves we can do, but we got to fix the economy first. We're getting there. We're almost at a kind of a semi-good place economically. You do have to remember we're still at full taxation and we have a lot of tariffs on goods right now, so our economy is a long way to go. Yeah, they're doing basically the Ottomans. Stagnation. I'll be right back. I'll go to the bathroom again. All right, I'm back. Worked in the Indian branch of NVIDIA. Nice. I just thought it'd be more like an interesting job, you know? Like, I mean, NVIDIA does so much cool stuff. Like, I mean, they are like the cutting edge of like GPUs and CPUs and stuff like that. I don't know what I'm talking about beyond the context of knowing what is good for, you know, video games and rendering, but it seems like a cool area to be in and doing stuff, you know? You ended up investing? Fucking smart. That's very smart. Anyone out there, if you're younger, when you get a job, when you get older and stuff, don't just spend all your excess money. Invest it. Get a 401k, or better yet, get like a good investment fund that's not going to screw you over. If you want to be really fucking smart and based, what you need to do is learn basic long-term investing, which is not going to screw you over. Don't get into day trading. Don't get into fucking like gambling on stocks. Learn how to do like long-term analysis of like companies that are stable and that are undervalued, and learn how to invest yourself. But it's a lot of time and work. So if not, just find a good mutual fund to put your money in. Invest your money. Don't just spend it all or put it underneath your cushions, you know? My minor in a few years hopefully will be programming and a major in business. Very useful. I've heard the Anno theme tune so many times. I heard an ever godforsaken awful British accent voice. I may lose it. Weren't you the one who was just asking to play the British national anthem, UK? I can play it every playlist though. The Anno soundtrack is very hit and miss. Half of it is fantastic. The other half is just kind of okay. Let me see. What do I want to play? This is a bad one. Yep, 401k. Don't count on Social Security if you're an American. I don't want to sound like, you know, one of those like raving political crazies, but there's a good chance that like Social Security money won't exist when we're old. If you're younger than probably even 35 to 40, there's a good chance that that will get revoked at some point. So make sure you have private retirement money if you plan to retire, or better yet, just private investments, period. Because especially in America, I'm sure in other countries too, we're going to be entering into a very rough political climate in the next couple decades, and public programs like Social Security may not exist. So just, you know, be careful. A mine in South Sumatra has collapsed, trapping miners within the dark shafts below. The scale of the accident has made the tragic a story across South Sumatra and the nation. That's rough, but we need our coal and we need our iron. So they're gonna have to keep working the mines. I worked in the computing section, so I worked on new architectures. I was a small part and made the loveliest architecture. Can't say much because I signed NDAs. Maybe other people here are different, but personally I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds cool though. Did you enjoy the work though, like generally? I mean, it does, again, like it sounds like just a very interesting area to be working in, you know, kind of period, right? I don't know if you got to do the more fun sort of creative elements, but it does sound pretty cool. Mutual funds, and as all Indians do, gold and silver. I mean, like, people joke about, you know, people who hoard gold and silver. It's not a horrible investment. Like, if you're putting money into gold and silver and just like doing it constantly because you think like it's always going to be good, that's probably a bit of a problem. If like, I'm not going to do a stock investing mini course here, but I do want to point something out for you guys. Just on the hope that one or two of you will go take a look at this and get interested. I haven't looked at this shit in a while. The number one piece of advice I can give you, regardless of your age, is to learn how to like understand the basics of stocks and stock charts. I was really into this when I was younger. I'm not bad at it. I'm not amazing at it. I don't give financial advice of any sort. I'm not trained for it, and I'm not good enough to do that. But I can really recommend you, generally speaking, learn how to read these charts and learn the basics of stocks. We live in a capitalistic world, so the stock market is the primary form of wealth transfer, regardless of how wealthy or poor you are. This music doesn't fit. Let me skip. We don't need like holy singing while I'm showing stock charts. I know I'm a capitalist American, but still. All right, let me show an example here really quickly. Let's go to gold. Gold, where are you? So commodities are like actually a very good thing to trade, generally speaking. They tend not to change very dramatically. The downside to trading stocks or even trading like cryptocurrencies especially, which I don't recommend anyone trade really, is that they're very volatile, meaning that they can change in price very quickly over a short period of time, meaning you can basically face massive losses very quickly, as opposed to more stable assets like bonds, mutual funds, or like commodities and assets, right? That they're a lot more stable to look into. But Let me get this screen up really quickly. Get my thing up. I haven't used this in so long, they've changed it a bunch. Okay, let's do gold. All right, where's my screen? Short moment so I can rant about something, then we'll go back to the game. Okay, so my biggest piece of advice I can give anyone watching, regardless of your age, but especially if you're young, is learn the basics of stock trading and reading charts, and the basics of just how like assets work and how investments work. Regardless of what country you're living in right now, you are living in some form of a capitalistic economy. And I hope in your life you get to the point where you will have a small enough or large enough excess of money and capital that you make from your job that you are able to do things with it. Go out, have fun, spend money on beer, weed, video games, do whatever the fuck you want. But put some of your money into investments. You can do the hands-off approach, which is the much more safe, easy one, which if you don't want to take the time to learn these sorts of things, which is completely fair, if you just don't want to spend part of your life learning this stuff, completely reasonable. There are ways to do this handoff. So a mutual fund is basically you put money into a company and entity who is filled with a bunch of MBAs, some of which actually know what they're doing and will invest your money for you, and they'll pool it. So they basically reduce your risk by investing your money into a bunch of safe assets. So the average mutual fund will put your money into a couple different classifications. Usually they have different options for you where you can go like the safe route. So they'll put your money into a pool of a bunch of different stocks, which are more like traditional and do well, like Pepsi Cola, GM, things like that. Basically stocks that are consistent, they stay at reasonable levels. There's not a lot of volatility. They don't move much, and maybe they even make dividends. So like by owning a stock every year, a percentage of that stock price you make in money, basically like interest. There are more risky versions where they'll put it into a bunch of different stocks as well, which all have the potential to make you more money or lose you more money. So that'll be things like usually technology companies, especially things like that. Apple usually tends to be put in that more like risk kind of areas, things like Tesla as well. But point being, the mutual fund will put your money into a bunch of different assets, and they reduce risk by putting them usually a percentage into different areas, right? So usually like 50 to 80% of that money in a mutual fund will go into a bunch of stocks which are really stable and will hopefully just grow over time, and a small portion will go into risky stocks. If you learn to trade yourself, which is the other route, you should never really do a lot of risky trading. It depends on your age. If you are young, if you are very young, you should be more risky with your trading. It can be interesting. It's a good way to learn things. When I started trading stocks when I was 13, I didn't do very well to start off with, but I didn't like play with a lot of money either, right? It was very small. I got my dad to set me up a trading account when I was 13, and I'd saved up a bunch of money for it, and then he threw a little bit in so I could meet like the minimum of the cap. Most stock trading groups require you to have a certain amount of money, especially at that time. I think I opened up an Ameritrade account. Nowadays, it's a lot easier to get into trading. You've got things like Robinhood or like, what's the other one? Webull, right? Which has a very low amount of money you need to put in to start trading stocks. Point being, if you want to trade yourself and you're young, don't be afraid to be risky. But if you are older, I'd say really past 30, but especially past 40, never really do risky stock trading unless it's just for fun, kind of on your own. To learn charts, you need to learn what these are. So this is a stock chart. I'm going to show gold for an example, as originally I was ranting about why gold is not a bad idea. Gold's a fairly stable commodity overall. You have giant like dips and giant like growth, right, over time, but relatively it's not that bad. I forget on this site how to kind of move over the long period. But if you look, for example, I mean, these look like really big highs and lows, and they kind of are, but compared to a lot of more like unstable assets, it's not really that bad. Gold and a lot of commodities and valuable resources like gold, platinum, silver, in the long term, they basically always go up. You'll have like dips and you'll have like areas where they go up. So, you know, master in like for what you were talking about, just like throwing your money constantly into gold because you think it's like a good idea, not the worst idea, but there will be periods you don't want to have things like gold. For example, silver might be a little bit more valuable and things like that. How do I zoom out here? I used to use this very consistently, but they've changed a bunch of features since I last used it. Let's see. Yeah, there's a way to do it. Point being, one of the best things you can do for yourself is learn how to read these charts. Now, I know, like, for the average person who doesn't know what I'm talking about right now, looking at this will look like ridiculous, right? Like, what the fuck does this even mean? These are candlesticks. But it tells you a lot about like what an asset does, like why it moves certain directions, how it moves certain directions, and things like that. For the average person, if you want to take the time to learn how to read charts and learn how to value assets properly. This is a good site I always used to use when I was younger. We're seeing kind of how assets, why they're moving and things like that. Go like to a random one. Some big, or like a stable one. This is a better chart to kind of look at. You need to learn two things if you want to learn how to use assets of any source and trade them. If you never take the time to learn the knowledge, you should still, as I said, put your money in investments, use mutual funds, don't do it yourself. Let people actually know what you're doing and do your research on who's good, but do it that way. If you learn it yourself, you should learn two things. One, learn how to read charts, like what this is. This means something very specifically. Like if you know what you're doing, this chart here tells you actually quite a lot about the price movement of the stock and why it's doing certain things. On the bottom is volume, so the amount being traded, and then the candlesticks tell you kind of the price movements and the highs and lows of certain periods. And the other thing you should learn to understand is this, which is like the core, what's the word for it? Like the more macro aspects of a stock. So price per share, EPS, return on investment, all these sorts of things. All this means a lot. If you want to learn to trade and to learn how to use assets yourself, it's a really useful skill in life. A lot of people do it basically gamble. So if you've ever talked to someone who calls himself a trader and just trades Bitcoin all day, they're probably just gambling. Gambling and stock trading are two very different things, but oftentimes they can look similar. If you really know what you're doing and do research and invest in things that are good long-term assets, are undervalued and things like that, stock trading always has risk. But if you learn how to manage risk, you know when to set sell orders and things like that, you know how to do your research, it's a very beneficial thing to do. And I would probably argue in our world, one of the most beneficial skills you can learn on your own. I know this is very different than me playing strategy games normally, but I feel very strongly on this. It's a very useful skill to learn because in the world that we live in every country pretty much, certainly ones that probably everyone here is watching from, money is everything in life, right? It really is. It's nice to sort of say that there's more to life than money, and there is. But wealth and money dictates a lot of the quality of life you will have over the course of, the hopefully 80-year life that you will have at least. And learning basically the fundamentals of how capitalism works and the most specific way you yourself can benefit off of that system, which is the stock market, is a very useful thing to do. If you learn the skills in technical analysis in terms of how stocks function, what to invest in long term, like how valuable a stock really is and how it isn't, and you invest long-term with excess money from your job, it'll make your life a lot easier. If for no other reason than something like retirement, right? If you have the time and willingness to put in, I recommend most people probably try and make your own investment fund for, I don't give financial advice, I want to say that again, this is just my opinion on things, but you should learn how to trade yourself, and at least part of your retirement fund you should do yourself through slow long-term investments, because it is a little bit safer in the long term, especially where the economy will go for a lot of different reasons. So anyway, it's very different than what I normally talk about, but this is a really useful thing to learn. I am not some uber expert on it. I kind of know what I'm talking about. I've done very well on it before. Not the gambling kind, but the research kind. The way I always used to trade stocks was very detail based. I'm a big believer in the old school style of trading. I learned a lot. My style is primarily based off of Warren Buffett and Benjamin Graham, who are two very famous investors. You've probably heard of Warren Buffett, probably not Benjamin Graham. Benjamin Graham was the teacher of Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett is probably the most successful stock trader in history, I would say. I don't think anyone kind of can claim to be better than him. He's a really weird, eccentric guy, very odd person. He's the kind of guy you should take nothing away from in his personal life, but in terms of business and stock investing, he is very, very good at what he does. Warren Buffett trades off of a very simple concept, which is basically, what is a company actually valued at? He always attempts to try and ascertain what a company is really valued and where it is currently at. So he looks to invest in stocks which are undervalued, which is what Benjamin Graham did. Benjamin Graham was an investor who made a lot of money off of the financial crash in the 20s during the Depression. Benjamin Graham made actually a lot of money off of that the companies that survived the Depression, looking at the ones that basically were very undervalued due to the market moving. Because the market can move down very quickly, and a company's stock price and value can move down very quickly for not good reasons. The market allows companies to become very undervalued very quickly, and if you know how to spot and ascertain what a company is really worth for a lot of different metrics, basically primarily income, assets versus debt, and things like that, you're able to kind of determine what companies to invest in long term. So Buffett built his style off of Graham, and they both kind of go in a similar way. He will trade a little bit differently nowadays, but that's how I kind of always traded. So there's a little metric. I promise I'll stop this, but the last thing I want to point out is if this interested you at all and you want to look something up, I really recommend you look up the intrinsic value. It's a subject that is like pseudoscience, essentially. It does its best to try and ascertain. The core idea of it is like, what is the intrinsic value of a company? What is the intrinsic value of a stock price? So basically, it attempts to look at a company and see what its true value is and what its stock price truly should be compared to what it actually is. So my favorite way of long-term investing, more safe investing, is to go for stable companies that are in a market that will be useful and profitable for a long time period, essentially, that are undervalued. And I won't get into the details, but I've done fairly well off of this in my life. And if you are at all interested in this topic, I recommend you look it up. So anyway, rant done. We'll go back to the Grand Campaign. It's a useful skill to have. If you're young especially, I really recommend you take the time to learn it. It is, for most people, not going to be the most interesting subject, but in terms of one of those like little hobbies or things to learn that will have a major impact on your life, it is probably one of the biggest, in my opinion. So, rant over it. Marijuana companies are a little bit risky. My favorite thing I used to trade a lot and I did really well on is shipping companies. I invested a lot in undervalued shipping companies, especially in Europe and in Asian markets, because shipping is something that will basically always be very valuable. And a lot of shipping companies are able to do a lot better and a lot worse. When they buy like new vessels, new boats for shipping, they get new contracts and things like that, their stock price will really jump up a lot and the value of the company itself will go up a lot very quickly, whilst also being something that basically will always be useful and needed at any time. Shipping companies are basically one of those things that you kind of just can't eliminate the need for overnight. There is more almost demand for shipping than for like what is currently out there at any one time. So it's not like they'll just lose a contract and that company's dead. There's always going to be more demand for it if they run a clean ship, which you should research. So anyway, that was a long, very weird rant than normal, but it's an interesting subject and I really do recommend you take a look at it. You should play Off-World Trading Company sometime. I actually really like that game, Interact. I've never streamed it, but I have played it and I have it. It's really fun. Have you ever traded in the Bombay Stock Exchange? No, I've never traded Indian stocks. I traded a lot in Asian markets when I was younger, actually, Master, but never the Indian markets. I'm gonna like level with you. I always found them to be a little too risky, and my knowledge of like Indian culture, Indian companies, and the Indian economy was too low for me to have confidence in it compared to the Asian markets, which I studied a little bit more. And like when I do research on a stock, I like to really go into detail. So I'll read through all their investor reports, I'll read through all the details, I'll go through their website and look at every little portion of it. I'll do like background research on like the CEO and all the officers and stuff. And like it was already hard enough trying to do that for Asian companies, and I didn't want to do that for Indian ones. So I never traded Indian stocks. Funnily enough. All right, back to what we were doing. Grand Campaign. That was a long one. I do need to get back into trading though. I haven't done it in a few years. Rant? Fuck. Jeez, I just ranted for like 30 minutes. God damn it. The problem with trading on non-NASDAQ markets is that you are also getting into a problem of exchange rates when you translate it back into your country currency. True. Which is why if you trade in foreign markets, you should at least have a basic understanding for Forex trading and how basically currencies change in value. I'm really tempted to go look at that and rant about it, but I'm not going to. At any one time, a currency compared to another currency is worth a certain amount. They change, not a lot, but they do change. There's a whole brand of trading basically just around currency trading. It's considered a more stable way of trading, and especially people who like to trade like events and news and like an understanding of political and economic events, which if you play these games, you might have. Forex is really interesting. So you should understand the basics of like where currencies are moving. And you should know how to read Forex charts if you want to trade in other markets, but it's interesting. Okay. Another revolt in Kosovo, but our vassal there is dealing with it, no problem. At this point, our country's really just waiting for our economy to kind of stabilize here. I don't really want to make any big changes until we get a stable income and until we can lower our taxes a little bit, because a lot of the radicals and a lot of the political opposition we have right now is primarily due to our economy being so bad and our taxes being so high. It's pretty rough for us. When it comes to your next, I die. You understand like Forex though, right, Master? You know how to like look into all that stuff? Random at the Smoky Mountain National Park. Cheese, remind me in 15 minutes. Give me a minute, man. I just ranted. I need to like chill for a second before I do another rant. Remind me. I will do it though. You know what would be actually kind of fun to stream? I don't know if there'd be any interest in it. Probably not. Is sometime I could like do like a paper account, like paper trading, stock trading, where you trade with not real money, just like a paper currency account. And I could like just like do some of that for fun. Is there like do people stream doing chart analysis and doing like investing like research? Is that a thing? I assume not. I'm sure the interest, like there'd be 3 of us just sitting here doing it, but I do enjoy that stuff a lot. Like investing research for me is like really fun. Like it's almost as fun to me as a video game. Because there's like a natural incentive to want to do it. Like there's actually like, you know, you do get major benefits off of doing it. It's really enjoyable. I've always viewed it as kind of like a puzzle, right? You need to find the best option and you need to go really into detail and understand, you know, what the best option is. And then there's the aspect of trading itself, which is like knowing when to buy, when to sell, how to set your sell orders and things like that. So I've always viewed it as a game, not in like the unhealthy way of like gambling, but in the like just kind of making it interesting in that way kind of thing. Stock streams are a thing, for sure. It is a market. I've never even tried to look into them. And there are way better people out there to watch who aren't me, by the way. Don't watch me. There's way better people, but it's kind of fun. Really? 100,000 viewer ones on YouTube, damn. I mean, to be fair, like watching someone who really knows what they're doing, you know, that makes sense. I never did that too much. Another 2 more revolts. We had a revolt in Kosovo, which is a communist revolt, and then we had another revolt in Papal La Plata. Let's send a small detachment. We'll send Ferry down there with 15,000 men to end that very quickly. All these same regions are just revolting over and over again. They are hotbeds for radical leftism. So we didn't import any more coal as well. We actually can get some more coal. Something our country needs so desperately right now. No steel though. I understand Forex, but the rupee is pretty weak, so I don't like to go outside the Indian market. I don't blame you. To be fair though, if you do your research well enough and you make enough money off of a trade, like the lost cost you have with like currency switching isn't the worst. I mean, like, you know, if you want to trade the American markets, Master, like you can just, especially given that the dollar tends to like ascend in value versus the rupee a lot of the time, you could just put it like a chunk of your money, like permanent, like for a while, long term, into a USD account and trade like, you know, American or European markets. Just, you know, don't pull it out. If you invest enough, which it sounds like you kind of do, you don't have like a need for that on a day-to-day basis just to pull that money out. So long-term, just trading an account like that isn't the worst idea. If you do your research well and make good trades a little long-term. If you're doing like little swing trades or something, probably not the best. Get a lot more electricity. So much coal is needed. All right, we have to switch off of some coal PMs here. Let me look at something real quick. No easy way to free up the coal. We almost need to fight a war for some resources right now. As we continue down the path to become the America of this timeline, we need coal and we need oil enough. We almost should consider a colonial war here. If you're playing 3D chess with your money, you could be investing in the Indian market and then slowly transferring that profit into the currency and region that you plan to invest in and live in later. India, while trading everything just like a lot of producer nations, sometimes imports from certain areas more heavily. Yeah, true. I hate bear markets, but we have had bear cartels in India, which doesn't really help. Is the Indian market pretty good to trade in right now, Master? Did Egypt actually utilize their coal mines there? They did. It's in our market. Egypt is still in our market, right? Yeah. Japanese coal do be sexy. American coal is fucking insane. I wish we could get them to join our market, but there's no way. Castell in America? That's not the worst idea. They're all independent though, you do have to remember. America is what we really... So much coal in the Appalachian Mountains there. Britain has just ridiculous levels too. We just happen to have all the regions that doesn't have a lot of coal for the most part. Provence, are they in our market? They are. This is the other thing. I mean, we could rush diesel pumps as well. Thank you for the sub, Comrade Risk. Much appreciated, friend. Even with the interest rate changes that the US has been doing for almost 10 months now, the USD is stronger than it's ever been. A lot of Western countries are sliding into retirement population while the US is growing and booming. Tingle, have you seen the numbers on like a lot of Asian countries, especially China? Like how much of their population is going to be like retirees, like in the next couple decades when their labor force switches over? It's wild. China's economy, I'm very curious to see what will happen based on that. I have no idea how they plan to adapt to that. Grand Colombia, we're very friendly with Scythe. That's the thing. Like, I do want to play out our relations realistically, and there's a lot of countries who we are very friendly with, who we don't want to go to war with over issues like this, you know? Middle East for oil? We actually ironically have enough oil right now. It's the coal that we really need. It's unstable currently because there are 3 big companies that basically everyone invests into: the Adani Group, the Tata Group, and Reliance Industries. The Indian market can vary heavily depending on what region they operate in the most. Banks are generally the best and they are kind of unbeatable here. Gotcha. Is it, do you invest much in like the Indian tech industry? Like, is that a really big thing over there? I mean, I know like, what's it called? A couple of your cities have a lot of big like investment, like startup groups, right? I think like, Bombay, I want to say, Calcutta, I think, I forget which the technical one is for it. And then what's that other city? The one in Bengal region. The city that's always flooding. Aren't there like a lot of startups there and stuff as well, Tingle? Correct me if I'm wrong. Zululand is how I solved my coal problem in my recent Scandinavian game. Yeah. Yeah, Transvaal is very valuable as well. The thing is that whole region is already like within our market technically because Egypt does control it. Dhaka? I don't think so. Let me look up the city. Oh, Kolkata. I am looking at the right one. Doesn't Kolkata have like a big startup industry for a lot of tech stuff? Am I right in that? We kind of just have to push through to diesel and go for oil instead of coal, because we'll have access to the oil that we need for a lot of this. But coal we're just kind of stuck on. Bangalore? Oh, Bangalore, that's the one. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Tech is our leader, followed by service. I bought Tata Alexi, AI section of Tata. Interesting. It was trading at 600 RS during mid-COVID, and it's now 7,000. Oh, good on you, dude. For a complex system of weights and pulleys, it's possible to raise people and objects to desired heights as well. We got elevators, which will give us a bunch of infrastructure, which we so badly need right now. We also got Zeppelins. A sort of rigid lighter than aircraft, the Zeppelin can carry freight and passenger loads high above the clouds, surpassing obstacles on land and sea, which we can use on our skyscraper. Airship mooring post. This is the tech we kind of really need. Compression ignition would be so huge for us, but we're quite a ways off. Oh, those diesel pumps. Do so much for our economy, but early. Are these bugged? Oh yeah, we don't have modern art. You need to complete the journal entries to get Impressionism, Expressionism, and Art Nouveau. Oh wow, okay, so these all come out of journal entries, not text. That's cool. I hope that doesn't bug. Central planning would be a good idea considering the size of our empire at this point. Very important for us to get. Arc welding also would be very useful, so we could produce the steel that we need. We'll go for central planning. That was Bangalore. They teach about it in school. Not sure, all I know is that I'm always getting pissed calling India because they purposely built in penalties for missing meetings. They run on a 30-minute offset time zone that purposely screws over everyone and throws everyone off. Really? They always show up on online meetings 1 hour early to cock block them. Do you do a lot of business like with India, Tingle, with your job or something? Take more Africa? I mean, to take more Africa, we'd have to fight the Chagatai or the Germans. Neither of which is very a good idea of our economy. I mean, we have so much debt, folks. We are at 76 million in debt. We have to get our economy under control. So, we'll stay the course. More coal mines, more iron mines. We'll keep it going. I have in the tech sector, yes, and it's not just one company. Gotcha. That's not like an actual official thing, though, with time zones, right, Tingle? Is it like the company themselves operates with it, or how does that work? Or is it like like a time zone thing? War can be very profitable, Loist, but our last war kind of crippled our economy, so not always the case. Official time zone, really? Wow, I did not know that. Is that all of India or just certain parts of it? We have a lot of jobs we need in Albania. What can we build in Albania? Are there any actually useful resources there right now? Nope. We're maxing out the iron mines already. Nothing else very particularly useful there. We can industrialize it, but... Ironically, industrial goods are like the one thing we kind of is not our biggest problem right now. We need a lot more engines, we need a lot more steel, but it's really our basic industries that we just can't get more of. We are building 2 new cities that are going to become the next financial hubs: Gift City and Gujarati International Finance and Technology, and Dalera Smart City. Really? Isn't Gujarat where Modi was governor? Huh, all of India, wow. We have 1 time zone and it sucks for everyone else. Fuck. I will not force you to suffer to classical music. Let's just play more Vic3. He was chief minister there. Yeah, gotcha. Classical music is the best. Well, I've gotten so many complaints about playing it over the last 2 years. Classical music tends to like make people like really like it or really dislike it, I've noticed. UK, please tell me we're not playing the British anthem again. What are we playing? The liberals are demanding we enact regulatory bodies. They want OSHA. That'll be a big civil war. I'm not opposed to us fighting this, actually. This has been coming for a while. We could try and do another reform to distract them, but I don't know if that'd be effective. You link me the song, UK. Yeah, our government is so illegitimate right now. There are no options for us to reform that don't result in basically either very leftist ideology getting more powerful, but the alternative is another almost civil war here. Hold the course, really. Same traits, none for our yet. At least the economy is somewhat stable now. As someone from South India, I'm not a big fan of Modi. He's done some good stuff, but again, I'm not a fan because we know his policies. He's very conservative. A lot of Westerners don't understand just how conservative Modi is. Very religious. And the BJP nowadays, if I remember right, they flirt a lot with the far right and other far right groups, right? It's down. Yeah, the investment pool is 136 million. It's huge. There's 5 pieces of my personal no list. The southeast of America, North Korea, China, Middle East, and Indonesia. 6 would be the entire continent of Africa, because if it isn't someone wanting to kill you, it's a germ that wants to kill you. True. Dude, you know, that makes me think of something funny. I was talking with my dad the other day. He's a very eccentric guy. He's cool. He likes to travel a lot. He's done a lot of travel in his life. It's the funniest thing. Like, I haven't traveled like to crazy places. I've gone like interesting places, right? Like my dad's, most of his travels have been like in Europe, in North America. Like he's never really done a proper trip outside of that. You know, he's been to Australia, but he didn't, you know, really do too much. All his trips were like traditional European, which is fine. There's a lot of cool stuff there. But like when I've traveled, I've done Europe and stuff too, but I went to like, you know, India, I've done Southeast Asia and stuff like that, which isn't like the scariest or worst places in the world. It's really not, but it's not Europe, right? And he always used to give me shit for like that, like, you know, going to dangerous places. They weren't that dangerous. The only place I went to which was kind of dangerous is I went to like the Eastern Sinai when ISIS was really big there on reflection, that was a little dangerous, but not that bad. But it's so funny because like last time I talked to him on the phone, he was talking about taking like a trip because he's doing a lot of traveling nowadays. He wants to go take a trip across Central Africa. And I'm like, dude, do you understand how unsafe that is? And I think he was kind of serious. I couldn't tell because he'll joke about shit like that, but I don't think this was a joke. He wanted to like take a trip up from South Africa to Egypt, and I was like, dude, that is patently unsafe areas to travel through. I found it so funny because he gave me shit to going for like India, which is not that sketchy, and then he wants to go through Central Africa. The funniest shit ever, because that is unsafe. A lot of African countries are legitimately very unsafe. Like you can go there if you know what you're doing. You know, but it is a lot riskier than, say, going to Italy on vacation, right? There's degrees of risk in travel, and Central Africa is very risky. So, yeah, Tingle, I agree. There's a lot of countries in Africa I would probably not go out of my way to go to, just because they are a little unsafe. Doable, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot more risk. Bring a gun and you're fine, true. I remember one of my buddies who's South African. His family's from South Africa. His dad was South African in the army and all that kind of stuff. And they used to go on vacations there when he was a kid and stuff. And they'd go like out into like the rural, like northern area of South Africa, like into the wild like region to go see like, you know, wild animals and stuff. And I remember he told me a story about going out there with like a bunch of guards who had AKs. And he had talked to like one of the guards, and apparently the guard said something like, you know, part of the reason we have these guns are for the animals, but the other region is for like bandits and stuff like that, which is funny. Which is true. I mean, there's a lot of Africa where legitimately that's an issue. They're not centralized states. They are a lot more dangerous for a lot of reasons. Well, I won't even get into the whole colonial talk, but it is a thing. An investigation at the University of Corsica has revealed credible evidence of revolutionary activity among the students, aided and abetted by at least some of the faculty. We can't be having that. God damn it. Terrorist cell crackdown. Shutter the university and arrest the faculty in Corsica. We can't have this spreading. Admiral Giovanni Palmieri has been very well connected to the government, is using his influence to get himself a promotion. Very well. While drilling for oil, our workers came across a gas field with a helium deposit in East Sahara. They discovered could be useful for our aviation industry. The first evidence of helium was observed on August 18, 1868 as a bright yellow line with a wavelength of 587.49 nanometers in the spectrum of the chromosphere of the sun. The line was detected by French astronomer Jules Hansen during a total solar eclipse in Gujar, India. Lockyer and English chemist Edward Franklin named the element from the Greek word of the sun, helios. On March 26 of 1895, Scottish chemist Sir William Ramsay isolated helium on Earth. After an oil drilling operations in 1903 in Kansas produced a gas geyser that would not burn, Kansas State geologist Erasmus Hasworth collected samples of the escaping gas. With further analysis, Hamilton Cady and David McFarland discovered that 1.84% of gas sample was helium. This showed that despite its overall rarity on Earth, helium was concentrated in large quantities on the American Great Plains, available for extraction as a byproduct of natural gas. Although the extraction process using low-temperature gas liquefaction was not developed in time to be significant during World War I, production continued. Helium was primarily used as a lifting gas in lighter-than aircraft. It's really ironic, because isn't helium like one of like the elements that like is by far the most abundant in the universe? Because I know like we have a dwindling helium supply on Earth, like it is literally an issue that we don't have enough helium. But isn't it like overall like by far one of the most common elements? Yeah, fucking hilarious. It's like, yeah, guys, we don't have enough hydrogen on Earth. It sucks. Modern physics is a branch of physics that developed in the early 20th century. Notable branches of modern physics including quantum mechanics, special relativity, and general relativity. It is concerned with extreme conditions such as high velocities are comparable to the speed of light, small distances comparable to the atomic radius, and very high energies. We have an observatory, don't we? I think that was the one building we did manage to get. Very common like nickel. It's fine, but they tend to be more extreme there. Most of the Modi supporters are from the north, actually. All the crazy poverty the BBC loves to show is in the north. The people are kind of pissed as well, since 65% of the economy comes from the south. The north gets most votes because population, which is bullshit. India's safe as long as you are in the south. People are in the south are rich and don't care about the tourists. You've got tons of snakes down there, Master. I'm gonna be honest, the reason I didn't go to southern India when I was there is I was afraid of the snakes, because I'd heard horror stories about them being fucking everywhere. That is true though, right? Like a lot of southern India has snakes like fucking everywhere. Like an Indiana Jones movie. Well, not quite that bad, but I know there's a lot of them. I don't fuck with snakes, dude. That's the one animal I cannot stand. After spending decades of his life discovering new animals, plants, and life forms, Dubois Arduerdo has decided to retire. He will no longer work as our naturalist. I think we have an observatory. We do. Astrophysics lab. Nice. You live in Goa, all you have is snakes. Yeah, exactly. Dude, fuck. Objectively, I would really love to go to southern India. Like, there's so much cool history there. There's so many, like, cool, great, still standing architectural sites and stuff, but the stuff I heard from people who went to southern India about the snakes made me go, nope, I'm not going down there. Fuck that. 70% rainforest. Palmyra has offered to spend some of their personal wealth to fund the creation of a university in Fez. Absolutely. I guess he's giving back after we gave him that entirely subjective promotion, so that's good. Getting something back for that. There's a good amount of snakes in America, but it's not too bad. Most places you're at, depending on the time of year. I did have some sketchy encounters with rattlesnakes up in the Sierras, but not too common. You had to go at the right time to really get screwed. For those that are pre-planning retirement in the United States, keep watching the USD and yen conversion ratio. In the last 10 years, the dollar has obtained a lot of purchasing power, and Japan is incredibly safe, a US strategic ally, and still the world's #3 largest economy. True. All right, we are very close to a revolution, not gonna lie here. I think. No, we still got a ways. We're almost in a surplus. Thank the Lord. The vanguardist communist state of New Norway is having a civil war now. Beautiful. That's hilarious. The BJP barely won the election in Goa. Most politicians won by 2 or 3 digits worth of difference, but they are not being tolerated. I mean, your Labour Party has struggled for like decades now at this point, right, Master? I mean, haven't the BJP basically like more or less had control of your country since like the 90s? Troops in Crete have reported more and more confrontations with belligerent mobs. Fighting will likely break out soon, even if nothing is ordered. There's only 2 ways to control the situation, either pull the troops back or tell them to engage. We're not as hardcore as Simone was when the last time we had a civil war. So let's order a withdrawal. We'll try and go the more relaxed route before we crack down. Been playing an early access game where you are a criminal who took a plea deal to terraform a planet instead of going to prison. What game is that, Tall? That sounds interesting. Our standard of living is actually okay again. We're the number 11th? I think it says a lot about this timeline that we have one of the highest standard of livings in the world. We're number 11. That's terrifying. The American economy is actually outscaling ours. I hate that so much. It's kind of confusing. The South is very much more liberal than the North. It's way more conservative. Liberal and conservative means very different things in Indian politics. Isn't religion like one of the primary determinants of like party preference and then like conservative versus liberalism in India? Not just like black and white, but like I know it's very complicated with how all the different religions kind of operate politically. Because isn't Hindu nationalism like a much bigger thing in recent years than it used to be? Well, it's always been a thing, but especially recently. Planet Crafter. Nice. Sounds cool. All right, I am going to go up to the speed 4 for a little while because we really are just waiting on the economy right now. We got to stabilize. And I can't just snap my fingers and make it work. Besides doing save editing, which I'm not going to, so we will go a little quicker here for a while. Still got over 20 years before we are in Hoi form. It is the economy, indeed. Very weird, kind of off topic about that. One thing I learned about when I was actually role-playing India in a Victoria 3 game, like I think like 8 months ago was when I did that, was like how accepting of the Indian culture like has been historically of like gay and trans people, which was really weird. I found it like just like going through Wikipedia articles out of chance. I think it was like the British laws that they instituted in India and things like that in a lot of their colonies. And there was a section on that that covered like basically like gay and trans issues, which obviously the British, given that they fucking hated the homos, instituted in all of their colonies. But one thing that was really interesting I didn't know about was that religiously, at least I think for Hinduism and Buddhism, but especially Hinduism, a couple of the gods or goddesses, if I remember correctly, like the big ones, were considered trans, and then a couple of them were also like not straight and queer. So like historically, it was a very accepted thing up until the British came to power and ruled, and then obviously it became like a very bad thing again. But then I was also reading about how, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Master, but I found this really interesting. In recent times, in order to kind of go more towards like Hindu, like basically traditions and Hindu status, the BJP, which is technically the conservative party in India, has been the one pushing for like some reforms to be more accepting of like trans issues and gay issues. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I read, which I found to be like the craziest stuff ever, because like it is like the conservative religious party that in India is pushing for like, you know, positive change, which is, you know, as a country that it was primarily, I come from a country that's primarily Christian, it's just, it's such a strange concept to me, but I found that to be really cool. Destroy your kneecaps. Oh fuck, I'll put knee guards on. But that was a really weird thing I found when I was doing research on like Indian culture and religion and like colonial laws and stuff. I found to be so kind of wild. The radical liberals led by the wily Giulio Alianelli have threatened to join the revolutionary forces if their demands are met. This is the Liberal Party. Although the concessions are demanded are small, the power they will wield if we admit our weakness to them shall be tremendous. What do they want? They want to be power brokers. Indian politics are weird, and yes, the BJP passed a law to give more rights to the LGBT community in 2018. Yeah, okay, I was right about that. Wild. Your song! Yes. I'll play UK. I'm not playing 10 hours of Rule Britannia, but I will play it once for you. 10 hours, Jesus Christ. Oh, what do we want to do here? Concessions to the radical liberals is dangerous. They also don't like us that much to begin with. No. We will give them nothing but cold steel. Join the insurrection if you will, but we will not give concessions to the radicals. Dissidents in Botswana have announced plans for a major march around government offices in the near future. While they profess peaceful intentions and claim everyone will be unharmed, the march itself will obviously serve as a rallying point. We're going to allow it. Like I said, we're going to go towards a conciliatory route until we have to go violent. If you do research, you'll find a lot of things in history related to LGBTQ stuff. Oh yeah. The history of it is very, very long and very complicated. Although there have been people who have said that LGBTQ is set in Hinduism, which has made stuff even more complex. Yep. All right, there's your one playthrough. I'm not playing 10 hours of that. God damn. I can just imagine some British person like wearing, you know, a pith helmet and a full British outfit and playing that on repeat while playing Paradox games. I'm sure that has happened before. Let's be honest. There's some guy out there, some like 14-year-old British nationalist who's like put on a pith helmet, put on that song and played like EU4 for like, you know, 8 hours straight. That's happened. You know it has. Statistically, that has happened. The rise of communism in powerful countries like Germany has led to a talking on the left election campaign, warning against a similar homegrown movement. It's no secret that the communists seek an international revolution. The German regime may topple any day now, but that does not mean we can take the threat of another government falling seriously. Or if they call themselves democratic socialists, syndicalists, or any other products of leftist factionalism, they are a threat to Italian values. Damn right. Damn right. Shit. Cesare streets will not turn red with blood or otherwise. A lot of stories about the Old Norse religion come from stuff written in the 13th century, post-Christianization of Scandinavia. Yeah, don't like a shockingly large amount of our modern understanding of like Nordic culture come from like that one bard, like that one, what was his name? Snorri or something like that? Who made like a bunch of like ancient Nordic, yeah, Snorri is Sturluson. Icelandic, yeah. But he made a bunch of like the history of like Icelandic, of like Nordic religion and like traditions and stories, which is like the primary source for like a lot of it, like a shockingly large amount, right? Your state was ruled by the Portuguese, so a lot of people are converted. Goa never in its 400-year history had religious disharmony except since last year. And honestly, people don't know who to blame. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Other than that, we basically only have runestones to go off of. That's how it is with so much of history, though. Like, I won't rant on this for too long. When you go to a Wikipedia page and you read the history, especially of anything prior to like 1000 AD, there's so much information on there, which a lot of it, to be fair, is, you know, certainly true in some way, but it gives the illusion of us having so much knowledge on like a time period, a person, a nation, a religion, especially its early movement, when we really don't. When if you really go into the research of it, there's only a couple primary sources, some of which will even contradict each other. It's kind of a tragedy, but it's also kind of cool. Makes at times so much more mysterious, but you know, we don't know what we'd like to know. Gonna settle on Mars? Oh boy. Become a feudal vassal of Elon Musk, Lord Elon. Go for order by telephone. We do have telephones now, we can start to produce them, but that's still not the biggest thing on our list of to-dos economically. If we didn't have all this turmoil, we'd be able to construct so much quicker. I'm gonna lower government wages again, just so we can start getting into a surplus here. The left won the election. The left got 50% of the vote, the right got 41%, the communists got 5%, and the socialists got 4.5%. So the left just won the election. That means that roleplay-wise, we do need to put them in power. Because we're not an autocracy. Or we intervene. Damn. End of an era. Yeah, the left just won the election. They're not the radical left. This is the moderate, more moderate left. They're led by the liberals. They've got a lot of actually like moderates in there. The business interests also like are in the left now too. So it's not like as radical as you think it is, but it is a big change. Fuck. Well, we'll have a legitimate government. That's good. Donato Torres is a moderate. He's not radical enough to intervene to stop this from happening either. So, oh right, this is actually a pretty big deal. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. It's led by the business interest, to be fair, though. Giovanni Palmieri, wow, it is that guy, literally, is in charge. He's a pious firebrand swimmer. The other big leader in the coalition will be Augusto Antonelli, who is a cautious political operator. The two largest groups with enough political clout will be those. The bureaucrats have a fair bit, too, under Alessandro Di Boschetti. Yeah, no, this means we actually will try and make some law changes now. What's the biggest reform the business interest wants? Let's take a look at this and start prioritizing what we're going to do. We'll look at the interests of the business interests and the liberals for what laws they want to go for first. Mercantilism, allowing child labor, and free trade. What do the liberals want? Private schools. Getting rid of the health system. Poor laws. Removing migration controls. Right of assembly. Private health insurance. Protected speech. Property to women. They want women in the workplace, actually. They want full-on women's suffrage. Whoa, that's radical. We women demand an equal voice. We shall accept nothing less. God, what is this nation coming to, I swear. They also want free trade. We may go free trade because both of the two big parties of the left want free trade. It's so chaotic to actually do free trade, but they really want it. All right, folks, everyone in chat, second poll of the day. You are all now members of the left coalition. Whether you're part of the business interests, the liberals, the radical liberals, the bureaucratic interests, the business interests, we're going to be voting on the first policy platform for the new government. What am I missing? Alrighty, I'm gonna set this pull up and I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I do so. So, all right, remember, do try and roleplay this. I can't make you do it and you don't have to, but I do optimally roleplay this out as you being a liberal in our country or being, you know, some form of liberal of some sort. So this will be the first thing we try and the first law we try and pass. Almost tied. God damn. Free trade or poor laws? Oof. Both very, very big changes. It's gonna be close. Free trade is ahead by 2. It is so like all in 2 things though. There's nothing for the other ones. The liberals really have their priorities straight, it seems. Damn. Poor laws will fuck up our economy, just be warned. Like that will take a lot of money away. But it will increase the standard of living and overall could help our economy out by actually making people spend more money on goods, but like Trying to tie it. Beautiful. No tie today, Gray. Not happening. Then I actually have to make decisions. Free trade. Oh. Given the amount of trade that we have done historically with so many countries, including ones that we are actually probably ideologically very opposed to, if you remember, we've been trading on and off with our enemies, including Germany, Britain, the French, etc. for quite a while. I think it does make sense for us to go free trade. At this point, especially given our wealth and trade focus in EU4 and the power of the burghers, we really have a culture of realpolitik when it comes to like trade activities and wealth, right? So I personally don't enjoy playing with free trade. That's not true. I do enjoy playing with it. Free trade is a little bit stressful to have as a trade policy because it makes trying to balance your economy very difficult, but it is a lot of fun. It's like an abusive relationship. You do enjoy it at times, and it can be fun, but it's also stressful. All right, we're gonna go for free trade. Our first big reform in quite a long time. The last major reform at a level like this we probably did was under Simon Torres when we did our land reforms, right? The land reforms were a big move away from the aristocratic feudal system or the remnants of it to like modern land ownership. And with this, we're gonna move away from the old systems of trade to a modern system, which will be very stressful, but makes sense for our country. They would have followed, we'll see. Is that Millennium Dawn? Do you happen to be a mod on Millennium Dawn by any chance? That name is very familiar. If not, don't worry, I'm not crazy. Just very familiar name. You're making money? Are you ready for the totally stable economy of Italy? We are! We are. All it took was underfunding our entire bureaucratic apparatus and maxing taxes out on all of our people. But we are technically in the green right now for the first time in quite a while. The Japanese shogunate wishes to have a trade agreement with us. Absolutely. They've become a lot more friendly with us in recent years. Oh, it's a child on the throne. Shogun Mirasuke Usugai. Oh no, he has a psychological affliction. He's wrathful. A traditional aristocrat, too. What's up, Mopako? How's it going? Guess the aristocrats completely still in control of Japan. Wow, they never really had the Meiji Restoration. They kind of almost had the opposite. If you remember, Japan has actually been very advanced for a long period, up until, I think even early Victoria 3, they were very advanced, similar tech to us. But they kind of had like the reversed Meiji Restoration. The Meiji unrestoring, because they've gone way more traditionalist and way weaker than they were historically. So they kind of had like a return to traditionalism. That's a real shame. Their last, I think, high point was when they stormed the beaches of Britain with their giant invading task force of, what was it, like 100,000 Japanese tried to invade Britain at the start of Vic3? It was a lot. Gandhi was very anti-alcohol, so they prohibit alcohol on his birthday. Really? I know drinking culturally in India is kind of frowned upon, right? Because when I try to get a hold of like hard liquor, where the fuck was I? I think I was in Udaipur or something like that. It was really hard to get a hold of hard alcohol. All right, keep working on the iron industry. Let's actually prioritize the ones in Lombardy, because we actually should have less Primordial land should be able to produce them quicker. No. Ironically, it's actually even higher. Shit. See if the liberals can get our turmoil down. It's been suggested that we establish a cross-border telephone exchange with the French Commune. Why would we want to talk to communists? That's a waste of breath. I don't think so. Of all the people to communicate on the telephone, why on earth would we speak with communists? There's so many more interesting, like, sane people out there in this world. While setting up your Twitch alerts on Discord, I may have added everyone at MD to let you know you're streaming. Oh shit, it wasn't my fault. On the William Don Discord? Oh boy. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. If you're here from William Dawn, I do apologize. This is Victoria 3. It's a grand campaign where we're playing, started in 1066 in CK3 and going all the way to Stellaris. William Dawn, unfortunately, won't be a part. As much as I'd love there to be a save translator between Hoi4 and William Dawn, which I'd play the fuck out of, there is not. So this is William Dawn, unrelated. But it is a very fun campaign and it's been wild. We formed Italy around 5 years ago of a giant world war where we fought the Germans, who are pseudo-communists, the French, who are now full communists and were pretty socialist, and it was a very brutal war, which we only won when one of our generals landed in Schleswig-Holstein and literally marched his army all the way to Munich, taking the capital and forcing them to capitulate because we got stuck in the Alps. Crazy war, but we formed Italy against all the odds. So, cool. And you forgot to change the announcement format, everyone. I see. What's up? Ted, is that like the original, like, William Dawn creator, Ted? The OG? By any chance? Same Ted. Your YouTube channel, Political Ideologies, is pretty cool, man. I watched a couple of those. They were very well done. Very good explaining stuff. Big fan of those. Oh yeah. That's cool. I believe that's the same person, same YouTube channel, right? Yes. Aha, I got it right. Yeah, no, those are really cool, man. Those were really good. There's not enough programs out there that are, I think, really, or channels rather, that are very good at explaining like the core, like, motivating tenets and like how ideology, how ideology works outside like a very like politicized framework. Like I found a lot of channels that talk about ideology, but it's always so, you know, kind of leading a certain direction. And I liked your videos because they were just very straight up about it, which was nice and very well edited too. Have a good night, Master. I will see you later. Yeah, it's very late in India. Alrighty, so how is the reform for free trade going? We are getting along there pretty quickly. The liberal government is pushing that aggressively. The other big thing we need to do is to reduce our radicals. We're up to 30 million radicals. A third of our country basically is outright protesting or very angry at our government. The only way we can really do that at this point is to lower our taxes. But that would literally cripple the economy if we did that, so we're kind of stuck again. An order from the business interests have gone on speaking tour across the nation denouncing protectionism and praising the value of free trade. When we consider that the theory of our great system guarantees to everyone the full enjoyment of all the fruits of their industry and enterprise, it's clear that anything other than the free flow of goods is indefensible extortion and culpable betrayal of our values. Given that our ruling party is literally the business interest, they're at the helm of things, I think they would definitely take this as an opportunity to become more popular. So we will go for one that gives them more ideological attraction. Because they are the leader of our... Yeah, they do control the left. Ah, there's a lot of poetic irony right there. Business interests in complete control of the left party, the Liberal Party. Pretty accurate. Have you never played in any of our roleplay games in William Dawn Scythe? I thought you'd played in at least one. I actually didn't get back to Crack Jesus, one of the mods on the server. He's playing in the William Dawn game on the USA, and he sent me a message asking how to save the country's spiraling debt, which I never replied to him. I need to do that. We actually have met our iron demands now. So we're about to build a bunch more steel mills and expand our steel industry in northern Italy. And we can actually sustain that because we do have the iron to not be in a complete deficit, which is really good. We still need another 8,000 steel. Then we'll go for more engines after that. And then we're really only lacking coal, which there's no way for us to get more of outside of trading for it, which we can't. Nope. And I also want to fight a war with the British or the Americans or the Chagatai. None of which is a good idea considering our 80 million in debt right now. Right at once I didn't understand it at all. Too much stuff happening. I ended up abandoning it to my eternal shame. You gotta know what you're doing. You gotta give it time, but it's a lot of fun, Scythe. A lot of fun. Releasing patients from the Cesarea Asylum. We have steadily denounced the practices involved in their supposedly medical treatments. Mistreatment of the sick, withholding of personal letters, and disproportionate punishments are among the charges. They would make us sit in a chair for hours, if not the whole day, in silence. We couldn't talk to any of our patients, not even read a book. They would only excuse us to go to the restroom if we were lucky. Otherwise, it was just a rusty chamber pot. No food, no water. If we were not sick when we were admitted, we would be within several weeks. Old school mental asylums were terrifying, so this is kind of accurate. We can give the control of the insane asylums to the radical liberals. I don't think we're going to do that. We can revise them, which will cost us way too much money, or we can just complain about it. We literally cannot afford to intervene here. This is the era when like lobotomies were still like chronically used for mental illness. If you ever want like to like scare the crap out of yourself and go through like a horror movie without watching a horror movie, just Google lobotomies, specifically how common they were and what they were used for historically up until the modern day. Actually, lobotomies are still actually legal in a lot of modern countries. They're not commonly like prescribed, but it does still actually happen. People are still given lobotomies. And I don't just mean like insane people who like murder. They are still medically prescribed. Terrifying. The ongoing Fabrina outbreak has spread to the silk plantation in Thessaly. The rapid spread of the disease through the Italian silkworm farms is presenting more and more danger to the silk industry. We cannot afford to invest in it, so we'll go for a Fabrina epidemic. We've already been making like no silk, basically, because we've had that silkworm disease for so long at this point. I think we still have a lot of synthetic dye plants, don't we, or silk plants? I know I built a few. Did I not? Yeah, the Kennedys did lobotomize one of their own. That's a horror story in itself right there. Daddy Kennedy, the father of JFK, lobotomized his daughter. Nothing really wrong with her, besides she was a very loud liberal woman who was going to get in the way of his son's political career. Terrifying, man. JFK's dad must have been a psychopath, at least a sociopath. There's no way he could have done that shit to his daughter without, you know, some serious issues like that. 37% chance of success for free trade. We are past referral. We are now going to draft it. So we have gotten enough support in the Sardinian parliament to actually go for free trade. Now let's talk for a moment about like what free trade is about to do to our country. Mechanically, the way free trade works in Victoria 3 is there's really two big aspects of it. One, we make no tariff income. So all the tariffs we're making off of trade right now, which is I think actually pretty significant. Let's look. Yeah, 50K of income is going to be gone from this. So we make no tariff income. If you're not free trade, the only way you don't like have tariff income on goods is if you had a trade agreement with a country, or with some if you said it. But usually you need a trade agreement to get rid of tariffs. We're going to lose 50,000 in income, which we really can't afford to lose. The upside, though, is basically a lot of countries will make trade routes with us. Any countries can do it. We are able to take in more trade. Trade route volume just basically means that for every trade route, we can have more goods, which makes countries more willing and wanting to trade goods with us. It costs like basically no bureaucracy. So let's see how much of that is. We only have 250 bureaucracy actually coming or being cost to us for trade routes, so that's not a big deal. And then higher trade route competitiveness, which is not the most useful stat, but it essentially means if like a country has 2 options to trade for, we're one, another country is another, and the profit on both of those is about equal. Trade competitiveness means we are more likely to make AI countries trade with us. It's useless for players, basically. You're in a multiplayer game. So we'll have more trade and we won't make tariff income off of it, which is kind of bad for our current bureaucracy and our current government, that we do kind of almost have a surplus. But it was a big movement at this point. Free movement of goods is one of like the primary determinations of like the wealth of nations. There's a lot of factors for it. Property rights and the free flow of goods is one of like the biggest determinants for wealth in countries, in the modern era especially. That's why in the modern period, you see two very common things which kind of like relate to free trade, which is low interest rates, which are kind of obviously having large amounts of capital, which come from wealth and from trade, and then also low tariffs. If you actually ever take a look at like what countries in the modern world like put tariffs on goods, they do have tariffs on most goods, but it's more like a political tool. Tariffs across the board for most countries are incredibly low in the modern era, because it's partly like every country competes now for trade, like imports and exports, but it's partly because tariffs and stopping the free movement of goods is a very bad thing. So overall, what we're doing is very good for our country, but it would be a very hotly contested issue at this point right now. Like the whole right party in our government, the right, they would all be fiercely arguing against free trade, because obviously we wouldn't be making tariffs off goods, and there's the fear that a lot of our own industries, especially the cheaper ones, which the aristocrats and capitalists would have a lot of ownership of, would be basically made to make way less money, which is true. Because if we are importing lots of cheap goods from other countries, the domestic ones who do that would make less money. So the right would be very against it. I think the communists would be very against it too, but for very different reasons, political ones. Joseph P. Kennedy Sr. was evil. He was a bad man. Bad man. We are also about to have a secession war in Croatia. Is that going to be in Kosovo? I don't think so. Yeah, Croatian succession. It might just be Istria. A lot of unemployed in Albania. 200,000 people are unemployed there. What do we really need that we can build a lot of in Albania? Not coal, sadly. We need more telephones. We need more hardwood. Or are we on regular wood? We actually have a surplus of regular wood. Hold on. It's because I think we got chainsaws. Let me get us to make some more hardwood, and then we should get rid of that deficit entirely, actually. That is unexpected. What's up, Eagle? How are you? I wish there was a way to sort all these individually by the amount. The UI in Vic3 still needs so much work. One of the things I really do not love at the moment. There we go. It's the higher amount ones. We'll start with that. And then we'll build some telephone industries as well. Electronic industries. And where do we have labor? Piedmont wouldn't be a bad place for it. Honestly, Albania wouldn't be a horrible place to do this. Let's build some electronic industries in Albania. There's not too much turmoil there either. We'll build 10 to start off with. They use rubber tools, iron, and lead. We have all that. Telephones are entirely consumer-based, so like the rich populace will buy a bunch of them, essentially. Imagine being George Washington in his final year, having doctors do bloodletting on you while already suffering from illness. Bloodletting is terrifying. Dude, imagine just getting like any form of medical treatment prior to like 1980, really. Especially like 1940. Like if you think going to the doctor or dentist is scary now, back in the day, oh boy. I'm considering writing a mod that starts in 1945 and starts off of a super aggressive Cold War with very buffed satellite states and the UK pushing Operation Unthinkable, getting West Germany on the Allies' side as well as Democratic Japan. That does sound really interesting, not gonna lie. That sounds like a very spicy mod. Tingle, do you know how to mod Hoi 4? What do beavers like? Wood. That's true. They do love wood. I think that would be a pretty good joke to make around this time, so I have no issue with it. Fuck, we do have a war. Alrighty. Mobilize the men, send them to Croatia, put down these Croatian revolutionaries. They need to understand that this isn't their land, it's Italian land. I blame Bosnia-Herzegovina. They're bringing these issues. The Balkans is about as chaotic as you would expect, and it doesn't help that we like force some like large states to exist that shouldn't. We kind of made like 2 Yugoslavias in this timeline. Kosovo and Bulgaria have no business existing and completely fail to represent, as usual, the complicated ethical boundaries in the Balkans. So we kind of did a Britain. We just drew subjective lines and created a bunch of like, you know, cultural and ethnic tension in the region. But hey, it looks nice. Think about all the communist satellites that popped up in Asia, South America, Africa, Eastern Europe, and supplying the Middle East. I've done a number of now out-of-date nods. Really, Tingle? Any that are particularly interesting and worth linking? It's your land. Are you Croatian, Eagle? We'll speed up again as well. Let's look at our diplomatic options and see if there's anything, and it has been quite a while at this point. We do have a lot of influence. Let's get our alliance back with Brazil. It's been too long. We could get an alliance with Mexico. We're not going to, but that's pretty interesting. They're a little too radical liberal. I'd wanted us to kind of build up an alliance in the early days of Victoria 3 with Mexico, given that at that time they were much more kind of central and were opposed to the Americans, who we were hostile to, but they've gone way too radical at this point. I do wish we had the feature from the roleplay mod for the server where we had political discord. Sucks we don't have access to that. Scandinavia actually wants to join our customs union, but the problem is they're run by the radical liberals. Then again, we're also liberal now, aren't we? I keep forgetting that. I think I'm in denial. But we are also liberal now. Shit, well, we'd probably want to do that then. Alrighty. We'll invite Scandinavia into our customs union. As fellow leftist liberals, we will embrace them with open arms. Mexico, I don't think we would. No, they're way more radical. Liberals and communists don't get along most of the time. Let's embargo the British back. They've embargoed us. Let's rival the British. We got a trade agreement with the Southern Indian nation, the Maharashtra. This Minecraft music. Yeah, it is. Where my family is part of the noble class. Really? From Croatia or where? What's up, Reaper? How are you doing? You've got people like James Garfield who got shot and then his doctors just casually poked around his bullet hole. Oh, dude, that's a horrifying story. Trying to find the bullet with unsterilized tools and fingers. Yep, they killed him. Tino got an update. Nice. I don't play Tino, personally, at all, but I hope you have fun. Someone told me not too long ago that the Tino got a new dev team. Like, they cleaned house and made it, like, a lot less, like, circle jerky to Nazis and stuff, but that setting just makes me feel so uncomfortable, even just, like, looking at it, that I just don't like that mod. I know it's a creative sort of thing or whatever, but, dude, it just... not for me. I might try and redo the interface a little bit to incorporate multiple design companies, for instance, a fighter design and a naval designer to be more available. For like the updated one, like for the new DLC, right? The mods I did were specific community customized mods to try and rebalance things. If I did a 45 or post 45 mod, I would have to completely redo the tech tree and research system. Interesting. That'd be pretty cool though. A lot of work. What's up, Damon? Yeah, if anyone is here from Millennium Dawn Discord, folks, apparently there is an issue over there with that everyoneing. I'm playing a Grand Campaign in Victoria 3. This is not Millennium Dawn. Heads up. Thank you for the follow, though. Much appreciated. This is a House Torres roleplay series that is started in 1066. We started as the county in northern Sardinia of Sassari, which is right here, now our capital. We formed Sardinia, the Kingdom of Sardinia, which we were until really, I think, 6 years ago. And we just formed Italy recently after a world war. So it's been a very long game so far. I started this last August, and I've played it continuously every weekend except for like 4 months. So this is almost a year-long campaign at this point, which is wild. You don't know anything about the new DLC. I just meant that they were adding businesses and corporations, supposedly, stuff like that. Paradox fans can be quite sus, so I understand why you don't like playing that mod. Like I said, I've heard that the new dev team they brought in supposedly is a lot better, which is great, but I saw a way too much stuff I didn't like when I first tried that mod. Just with kind of, you know, justifying and at times glorifying extreme fascism in post-Nazi Europe, so not a fan of that. Political wills and desires of the lower class will always remain an opaque matter. For whatever reason, support of free trade has spread like wildfire across Italy, spurred on by charismatic speakers and lively debates in small-time social clubs. They're backing what now? Well, who are we to complain? While their support was never a prerequisite for success, it sure does not hurt to have it either. So we've got like very, I guess, elitist liberals in charge, which makes sense. Wave of popular support. Nice. Gotta go back to riches, so your fam went to riches to riches. Ideal journey wins World War II mod is about 1 month and the whole Nazi Empire collapses. But basically, as soon as like Hitler kicks the bucket, it's just a giant civil war. Here we go. 12,000 Croatian terrorists are currently attacking our troops on the region claimed by the Ministria. We've sent 20,000 men under Carcano Torlonia, who was one of our generals in the Great War, who should deal with them in no time. Upstart peasants. Ah, it's a duke who started the rebellion. Duke Gaspar Hulik. Hulik? Terrorists, aka freedom fighters. The term is interchangeable, depending on how you view the situation. And how much you dislike the people doing it. Zeppelin supported artillery? Oh. Sure. We have central planning. We actually can do more taxation, which I was hoping would deal with some of our unrealized taxes. I don't know if it will. Let's see. Well, let's keep working on... I don't really have a food crisis. Oh, pneumatic tools. We might discover more oil with that. Oh, back to number 2 power. Apparently, Zeppelin-supported artillery strikes has made our military much more respected. Makes sense. Did make us lose a lot of money though. Oh boy, what is going on? Big war in the Americas about to start potentially here. There's a civil war in Gran Colombia. There's a religious revolt against the Gran Colombian Democratic government. And Mexico has intervened to support the religious rebellion. Castilla, Lithuania, and Japan are all supporting the ruling government. So Mexico might get screwed over pretty hard in this war. They're very radical though. They're a revolutionary government. True. Terrorism is primarily perspective. I don't think I'm legally allowed to say that after the Patriot Act, but it is true. They actually have pretty good military stats. The Duke of this rebellion in Istria is doing a fairly good job. Also, how good a sales rep you have. True. 60% of government policy is literally just selling it to people, let's be honest. Import steel from the Chagatai, coal from the Americans, the Majapahit, Mordovinians. Anywhere we can get coal from, we need to take it. Because as I have lamented many times, we can literally not produce any more coal in our country, period. Tragic state of affairs. Suppose this is from the Americans. And that's about it. Export meats. Export tobacco. Oh, the Japanese want to buy our tobacco. It's an odd one. The Supreme Court ruled some of the Patriot Act is illegal. They revised that in 2016. I mean, the original Patriot Act was absolutely fucking insane. And extremely unconstitutional. Tito seems very anti-fascist for me. Most Nazis are megalomaniacs, and Russian anarchist and ultra-visionary paths are shown in a good light. That's fair. Edelmeyer. I'm not... My opinion of the TNO is not like, oh, it was just made by Nazis and it's horrible. That's not what I suggest. It just... There was too much apologism for my take. And I know a lot of that mod was kind of made with the perspective of like, you know, Nazi governments don't work properly and here's why, which is interesting. But I remember I did a couple playthroughs. I think streamed one. I streamed the TNO once when I first started streaming. I think I streamed like the Soviet Russian like holdout or something like that. But I did a few playthroughs on my own, and I just remember there were some events that I read that it just was a little too far for me. I just was very uncomfortable with it. I didn't like how much it kind of was justifying stuff. I don't think that mod is so bad like it should just be banned or something like that. I don't think that. I just don't enjoy playing it, and I find a little bit of it to be questionable. But I know a lot of people absolutely love the mod. Plus the interface is so bad. The interface for the TNO and for the Cold War mods I really do not like. Very hard for me to enjoy. The Patriot Acts are openly referring to most cops as overbroad set of bills designed to give the cops too much power. Well, not just the cops, like parts of the military government as well. Too much power. Cops are on a pendulum swinging back and forth between non-nationalism, and thus it'll be repealed, then it'll swing back and return. That's how our system works. As a person who studied to be a lawyer and a cop and got into a law firm and quit based on government policies. That's fair. Oh, we have another civil war. They really want regulatory bodies in our country. The communists do. It's not like this is even the liberals pushing for it anymore. We are the liberals. But the communists are getting antsy. They really want regulatory bodies and labor rights, which is fair. I understand what you're saying, Reaper, but the Patriot Act was like a giant swing over like the normal path of the pendulum. Let's be very honest. I mean, that to overuse your analogy, that pendulum had been swinging since probably World War II, but like after, you know, the Bush years, the pendulum swung really far and kind of reset how far and how far back it would swing, you know? It was a big change and opened the doors to a lot of things that didn't exist before that. Even cops said that. The cops say it was used to empower. You don't like it, you're not yelling at it to be banned. Yep, that's just how it is. I mean, if you enjoy the TNO mod, fuck yeah, go have fun. I just don't. And as such, I won't stream it. A fair Reaper. Oh. I wish people understood it better, though. A lot of people don't. Which is fair. I mean, life is hard enough. It's hard to hold it against people for not doing research on, like, what really kind of is almost obscure, but it's so important. All right, we could get electric showing machines and get way more clothes, which we don't really actually need. We also don't have the electricity for it. How are we doing on electricity? We need a lot. We still need a lot of engines, and we still need a lot of steel. We need everything. Everything all the time. I wish we could produce faster, but until we start to lower this radicalism, we're not going to. We really need to upgrade our home affairs, because this is what reduced radicals from happening, from being unhappy with the political state of our government. We also should get more law enforcement. We need a lot of bureaucracy. We also need to incorporate a lot of these states in northern Italy, which we didn't. I gotta say, forming Italy has been very good for our country as a whole, but we're gonna be struggling basically, I think, almost until Hoi 4 to get our country back under control. The incorporation of so much territory and the state of our economy, like trying to transition, has been so difficult. My gosh. Because we need to do like 5 different things, but every single one of them we focus on, like the others become bigger. The great writer Gabriele D'Annunzio, I tried, heard the call of war and made himself available as a pilot. Italian poet, playwright, and orator, journalist, aristocrat, and Royal Italian Army officer during the World War. Nice. The World War is already over, though. At least the first one. The Great War. Here's the thing, it openly referred to as a blank check of the feds to commit cyber terrorism and many illegal acts to prevent terrorism. That's like 6 different police commissioners here in New York that I've met. I mean, the big thing is that like it just opened the door to like go after Americans with almost no checks and balances, right? That was like the worst part of the Patriot Act, is it set like the long-term precedent that the US government, the military, the CIA, the police, anything like that, are able to go after Americans, get warrants, and do anything they want against them with very little oversight and rubber stamp acts, essentially, which has been made not quite as worse, but is the change has been so bad. A group of revolutionaries are carrying out a robbery of Italian state bank in Tunisia. A significant amount of money is about to be stolen and redirected into revolutionary coffers. We'll increase security at banks. Influential faction within the military interest has grown frustrated with their co-members' neutrality on the topic of free trade. Themselves in favor of the law, they are now resolved to form a separate political faction intent on passing it. Absolutely. With their support, the bill shall pass. I love the HQs blocking events. It's so good. It's been suggested that by establishing a cross-border telephone exchange with the Chagatai, we can improve relations. Now, see, this is reasonable. Well, we're not going to open a telephone line with communists, but a telephone line with the Chagatai is actually useful. So we're absolutely going to do that. We'll connect our telephone lines to the Chagatai. We definitely need a red phone with them going into World War II, or into Hoi 4, I should say. The performance of an opera with nationalistic revolutionary themes at an upcoming festival is being openly associated with the Melanesian succession movement by its proponents. We'll cancel the fireworks. They can have a celebration, but no fireworks. They don't need warrants for the OG bill. Yep, it was illegal for the feds to enter your personal data and arrest you with 0 warrant, but only for things covered by the bill. And the bill was expanded. But that's the thing, was the bill is so vague, like they could justify almost anything by what was suggested in the bill. I mean, when you use words like terrorism or enemies of the government, that's, you know, who defines that? Within the last couple of years, we've really relaxed the requirements of kicking down doors with 100 miles of the border. I define the modern border as airports. I don't like the law because it can easily be used as legalized swatting. Oh, legal. I see. Gotcha. I misread. Right, we really need more electricity. And you have a revolt in Melanesia in Asia. We're going to go deal with that in just a moment. Get this done first. I miss construction efficiency when we actually had it. Our debt is getting high again as well. We haven't even passed free trade. It's going to go over negative 100,000 as soon as we pass free trade as well. Not being in these little civil wars would be helpful. Are we looking on oil? We have enough. We have enough oil. My gosh. It's the steel and the engines and the electricity. And the coal, of course, but nothing to be done. You hear about the overturning of the Supreme Court made recently. They overturned Roe v. Wade and several other rights rulings and women rights rulings. Yep. I mean, this is like one of the most conservative Supreme Courts America has had in generations. I won't start ranting about that. I don't need to be ranting about the Supreme Court today, but yes, it's crazy. The current Supreme Court is terrifying. An enterprising entertainer has arranged for 2 aging locomotives to run into each other at a local fair. This actually happened in real life. I think it was actually right near where I live in my state. It was a real thing. It happened in America. Yeah. There was maybe more than one, actually. Yeah, here we go. Crash it, crush. Let me show you guys this, because it's hilarious. This was a real thing. You know, because you needed things to do back in the day. The Crash it, crush was a one-day publicity stunt in the state of Texas that took place in September 15th of 1896, in which 2 uncrewed locomotives were crashed into each other at high speed. William George Crush, the general passenger agent of the Missouri, Kansas, Texas Railroad, conceived the idea in order to demonstrate a staged train wreck as a public spectacle. No admission was charged, and train fares to the crash site, called Crush, set up as a temporary destination for the event, were offered at a reduced rate. As a result, an estimated 40,000 people in the second largest city in the state at the time attended the event. Unexpectedly, the impact caused both engine boilers to explode, resulting in a shower of flying debris that killed 2 people and caused numerous injuries among the spectators. There's a lovely little image of it too. Yeah, because like I said, you needed shit to do back in the day, and like, why wouldn't you just ram 2 trains together at high speeds? Like, what else are you gonna do on your day off on the weekend? That's what I thought. Yeah. Fucking ridiculous, man. The Large Train Collider. True. Absolutely. It was actually an early attempt to make a particle accelerator, and it failed. What can go wrong? Honestly. A smashing appearance! By all means, go ahead. Sounds like an interesting affair. We are not going to make a trade agreement with the French communists. Revolutionary sympathizers have begun to agitate for more anti-government causes in the barracks of Mauritania. You must make them more loyal. Japan claimed the Moluccas. Are we about to go into a war? Oh, it's just a revolt over here. I see. Okay. No, true. Never make agreements with communists. Very true. Pretty crazy also that the various Austronesian peoples migrated considering the vast amounts of ocean they had to cross. There's a name for the culture. The one that built the boats that traveled all over Indonesia and spread into the islands in the Pacific. So cool. Their shipbuilding and their, what's it called? There's a name for it. The ability to navigate with the stars, forget the name for that, was so cool, so advanced at the time. The places humans managed to get to with like almost no technology is kind of insane. If there's a will, there's a way. Grand on Supreme Court requested. Jesus. Is that really how you want to spend your Saturday evening? Listening to a Paradox streamer rant about the Supreme Court? Unpopular opinion, I kind of like Scalia. Not because of his decisions, they were fucking ass, but he was a very good writer. I did really enjoy reading Scalia opinions. Him leaving the Supreme Court was kind of a bad thing. My opinion, for a lot of reasons. Lack of provision has spread to the neighboring state of Switzerland, where the falling of the crops has increased casualties amongst our people. Great famine. Do we not have enough food? I thought we did. We're liberals ruled by businesses in 1916. We're going to let them deal with it. Wow. Apparently there's a famine going up in northern Savoy. No hunger relief. We actually not have enough food. We have so much. What the hell? We have a massive surplus of grain and a massive surplus of groceries. How the hell are they starving? This boat? Why would that even be happening? I mean, I guess we could just go if it's a very poor region of the country that was recently taken, and given that we are now a very brutal capitalist country, which we are, if you can't afford food, you don't get food. So just a lot of poor people are starving due to that. That's terrifying. Uprising in Java, we already sent troops there. This is such a chaotic period. My gosh. Free trade has passed and is going to go into the enactment phase. We will actually get free trade soon. I don't know if free trade will actually be a good or a bad thing for our country. I'm really uncertain, given our current state. It could end up being very good for us, or it will destroy our economy and break our country here. General Torres mistook an enemy of the church interest. After accusing them of false charges, moderates in the church interest defected to the trade unionist cause. So the king just pissed off the church so much that they're now working with trade unionists. Well, he's the king. Let's double down. After receiving notice of the horrors the citizens of Savoy have endured, solidarity among the nation has been raised, and there are many who want to donate to the cause. Somalia is like literally going to give us food for the starving people of Savoy when we don't even have a food crisis. Beautiful. We're turning into America even more. Food insecurity in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Accurate. Do we have 2 uprisings? No, just 1. Finally getting a bunch more steel. Free trade may mean we can actually import a lot more goods than we were before to deal with some of our deficits here, because there's no tariffs, which makes us a much more appealing target of exports. He's gonna go the way of his father if he keeps doing that. True. You gotta remember, he was almost assassinated when he was, I think, like 12, right? Like a year after his father got killed with that assassination, he almost got killed too. We never decided what his scar is. Where would Donato Torres' scar be? A face scar would be pretty badass, but I don't know. You know, like an Anakin Skywalker style one. Realistically, since he was in a vehicle at the time, it's probably in his like side or torso or leg or something. As the flames of revolution encroach on Al Reef, a violent strike has engulfed Tangier's glassworks. During escalation and a further loss of profits, a cabal of Castella's shareholders have petitioned the government for immediate aid, offering assistance of off-duty Castella's gendarmeries stationed across the border. No, we don't need help from Castella. Absolutely not. Let's try and be conciliatory towards them. My reason is food insecurity and the family mentality, fit enough plus economic situation. For what, Eagle? Back scar? That makes sense. Oh, it's a political discussion. Well, folks, we are 4 hours in, and I am still trying to stabilize our economy. And we've also only moved a few years. That is late Victoria 3 in a nutshell right there. We're not moving very quickly, primarily because my computer's struggling to run this. Political discourse. Fair enough. We could defund the military. That's one option here. We have free trade. The free exchange of goods must not be impeded, as trade is for the benefit of all. Let's see what we can do for trade routes now, given that. Maybe we can find our way out through free trade. Or maybe it will do absolutely nothing. One of the reasons is we actually don't have enough convoys to expand. So we actually have to work on some ports right now. 7.5 each. We'll do 3, 2, 2. We have to prioritize the ports right now. And we'll do a few of those electronic industries just to make our rich even richer. Vic3 clears negative difference. You mean for like population amounts? Take a while. We'll just work on 2, and then I want to get those ports done. We're going to use that to really raise the amount of goods we can trade, given that we've went free trade, and to build the infrastructure back up in Italy that we need. See how effective this is. I like how both the right government, which is in charge for a while, and now the left government are both completely struggling to try and stabilize the economy. We're up to 83 million in debt again, too. We could also enact regulatory bodies to not have the Civil War. All right, third poll of the day. What happened to France? Oh, that's a long story, Caffey. The short of it is that they walked into Victoria 3 fairly weak, all things considered. They lost most of their colonial power and their empire and major power status in EU4. And after Germany went radical communist, they basically fought several very poorly chosen wars with the British and the Germans, lost a bunch of their territory, and they've just been slowly destroyed. They were like more moderate socialists for a while, but there was a big rebellion in Paris around 3 years ago, I think, where the communists took control. So they are probably the most radical government in Europe right now. But as I said, the third poll of the day, you are all once again members of the left party in our country. The question on the table is whether or not the current ruling party is going to give concessions to the radical communists in order to enact regulatory bodies to prevent workplace, basically, what's the word? Workplace abuses. We'll go with that. This is something the current ruling parties aren't like really for, but they're not really against it either. It would arguably be kind of like a show of weakness to give them conciliatory measures. We are also not warlike liberals with a giant deficit and a giant debt, which can't really afford to go into a civil war, which we will have if we don't do this. So while I go to the bathroom, you all can vote on that. What are we looking at? Very much for reform. Liberals are going to make concessions, as it seems. I won't even wait for this to end, because it is so one-sided right now. 14 for working rights reform. All right. The aristocratic interests are on the precipice of revolt, threatening to join the revolution in case certain demands are not met. The aristocrats are going to side with the communists in their civil war for workers' rights. I don't think they realize what they're signing up for right now. We could make mass arrests. Ooh. Ridiculous. They have no right to ask for anything. They're just going to try to abuse this situation. We're not having it. So if they want to go side with the communists, which they don't, that's up to them. That being said, we are going to go ahead and go for reforms to make the communists not start a civil war. We're going to attempt to enact regulatory bodies. Government institutions have been created to regulate the excesses of employers. So it'll be basically like early Italian OSHA is what we're making right now. So, you know, you can't just have people using machinery that gets their arms cut off every time. Things like that. Giving rights to the workers might lower radicalism. It would by a lot, yes, Penguin. This will probably stop the Civil War. Or at least the communist uprising. Yeah, it's gonna completely... Yep, there we go. Revolution is gone now. It's not an issue. The communists are still very upset and obviously want complete power. I mean, these are like vanguardist communists, so they're not the kinds who will ever be happy and content if they're not in control, but outright civil war has been stopped for a while. Our interest alone is 56,000 now. The Great War really did screw us economy-wise. It's just... my gosh. Oh boy, there's some mega paragraphs here. This will kill your bureaucracy. You need to build government administrations. I know, but we need to build ports first so we can actually trade more goods. We can do modern ports now, so we actually may not have to. That's big. That'll raise the infrastructure that they give, and it will also give us way more convoys. So we will need a fuck ton of oil for this, but that's fine. Back to building more oil refineries. We are actually maxed out. Crap. Finish the last of the ports and then we'll be fine. We have a huge excess. Let's see if we can do anything for trade. So a lot of countries don't have a lot of goods available, period. That's the problem. We can make more demand by doing this, but it'll be slow. Oil from the Maharashtra and then oil from the Mexicans. Hopefully they'll produce more for us. What's up, Jay? How are you doing? Are you gonna, I was gonna DM you actually, Jay. Are you gonna make tomorrow, by the way? Or do you have work tomorrow? Does your new schedule start? Export. Wow, we can export a lot of fabric to the Japanese. And you are right, we really do need governmental bureaucracy now. One of the reasons we are gonna struggle even more with money. Why are we getting unrealized taxes? There's a way to see this in individual states, isn't there? Yeah, taxation capacity. Government administrations give more taxation capacity, right? Does anyone know if I'm wrong on that? You'll be there tomorrow. Fantastic, Jay. Looking forward to it. I think it's going to follow Caliph in 46. I want to double check this just so I'm not building them subjectively for no reason. Yeah, government administrations increase it. We have a new agitator in our government. Gabriele di Annunzio, a literary, ambitious, hedonist chess master, is advocating for state fascism and an ethno-state. We got the Mussolini of this timeline just showed up, folks. Gabriele di Annunzio. We can't exile him for over a year as well, so he's going to make fascism way more popular. Oh boy. As if we did not have enough problems. We now have a very popular, very charismatic fascist agitator in our country. Only the small problems, not the big ones. Imagine a civil war between the communists and the fascists. We might get there at some point, honestly. We're moving in that direction. You know, ironically, in the last mega campaign I did where I actually used Victoria 2, because, you know, it was before Victoria 3 came out, the final moments of Victoria 2 before Hoi 4 were like literally the communists and the fascists fighting for control of Poland. That's what it was. And the fascists ended up winning, going into Hoi 4. The laborers of the silk plantations in Thessaly have been affected by the Pebrine outbreak. We are not going to pay for it. I do need the loyalists. We can't afford it. Can't afford it. Period. We don't have enough iron, but not our biggest issue right now. Lombardy steel, Piedmont steel, electronic industries we'll come back to. The ports are not as big of a deal right now. Then we were going to work on governmental administration. So let's look on where we need more taxation capacity. Very careful of how we do this here. Okay, so we need some in Lazio. We'll build another 5 there. So we don't need to go that high. We'll just do 3. Lombardy is very needed. We will build 9 more there. That was Lombardy. That was Piedmont's. Lombardy, we're fine. Venetia, we need a lot more. With all that turmoil, it'll be slow to build there, but we kind of have to. 50% construction efficiency. But we need the taxation income. We have none there, so we'll build 5. Find everywhere else too. Algiers. All the other major regions we are fine with for taxation. Infrastructure we need lots more, but that's a whole other issue. There's not a map for this, I don't think, is there? Senegal. Build 1 there. And then I'm just going to build up a bunch more in Sardinia, because we do have the skyscraper there, so it's way more efficient for like policies and things like that. Those jobs are so expensive, though. And then we need to just build more electricity across the board. But we can't because we need coal. Which we're not going to get, period. Until we get to being able to generate power with... Oh, wait, no. Hydroelectric plant does use engines. Okay. Which we also don't have enough of.
Κι όμως πολεμάς για ένα καθαρό μέλλον. Με ενέργεια που παράγεται στην Ευρώπη.
Oh, fuck is that? We need a lot more engines. Okay. And then we just work on engines and other things like that as well. we can ever get ahead of our engine steel crisis, we're going to be in good shape, but that's so difficult to do. It's not hard to do when you play Victoria 3 slowly and you don't eat huge chunks of territory, but in the unification, we took so much territory so quickly that had been ruled by the AI and was not efficiently run that we're going to really struggle to get out from under this resource crisis we basically are in right now. We're getting coal from West Virginia? Probably from trading, yeah. Let's see if we're trading with Americans for coal. Sure we are. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely getting probably Pennsylvanian and West Virginian coal right here. That's what that is. The good stuff. Turn up the music too. You know I will play. I don't like the game, but I do like the soundtrack. I'll play this a bit. If we get all these government administrations built, it'll increase our taxation capacity enough that we should bring it in close, hopefully enough to almost get rid of the deficit. The excess in bureaucracy will also allow us to potentially implement some institutional reforms, particularly increasing our home affairs and law enforcement, which will allow us to deal with the radicals a bit better. And if we can get all that done, we should be in somewhat stable shape here. Hopefully. I think we can maybe do that by like 25, just in time for some big wars before we go into Hoi 4. You can get alliance of interest with the Japanese. A trade agreement with Maharashtra as well. Give them an obligation. We went free trade, so like we really just need to incentivize as much trade as possible right now with other countries. We can actually even resell. We can make profit on reselling goods. Seeking support amongst their peers, Gabriele D'Annunzio, that is the fascist in residence, has organized a boycott against the regulatory body's law. On the day to pass the law, there was only one empty seat, Gabriele D'Annunzio. So I guess he's a member of parliament as well. We have our first fascist parliament member. Inform the printers about this blunder. What's a biotical? Mainly just trying to fix the economy, and the fascists are getting kind of influential in our country now. The communists are very powerful and causing problems. Mexico wants a trade agreement. Like I said, we're very realpolitik when it comes to trade, even though they are quite liberal. Since they asked, I think we will accept this. Free trade kind of doesn't discriminate. The business interests have started complaining about subsistence farms again. That event is so boring and happens so much in this game. Come on. Get that steel. We got nitrogen fixation. By combining various chemicals at a high temperature, it's possible to create ammonia in large quantities. Chemical fertilizers for our farms, which we have so much food, that's not an issue. And then we get better PMs for our chemical plants. No, we're not going to use that. We do not need more fertilizer. We're not going to spend oil on fertilizer. The Japanese separatist movement in our country. How many Japanese people do we have? Almost 1 million. That'd be all in our Asian holdings, like all the islands we own in the Pacific. Which we do own a lot there. Wow, there's more people here than I thought. Hawaii, yeah, we took Hawaii back in EU4 grade, if you remember. We conquered it at like the tail end of EU4 when we were building like our colonial empire in Asia. It's been the same ever since. Did you hear FC Barcelona is getting sued for cheating? I did. Like bribing refs, right, Moose? I mean, after like they lost the dream team and have been spiraling ever since, I guess they're getting desperate to win. The radical liberals have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the business interests. Yes. Italian Hawaii. Maybe now we'll actually get cultured appropriate pineapple and pizza. Hawaiian pizza is considered to be completely reasonable in Italy in this timeline, you know. The Japanese succeeded. Where did they even succeed in? Oh, it's our holdings in Indonesia. I see. Do we have to fight Japan for this? No, we don't. They actually have a lot of troops. We'll send Brichetti. As a Madrid fan, it's not the worst thing, you know, though they have been cheating in the Messi era as well. Oh boy. I mean, Barcelona's fall from grace after they lost Messi has been kind of wild. I mean, they still have a good team, but also just like the way their club has been handled. I read a few things about that when I used to really follow football closer. Sailors in the Imperial Italian Navy have started making cocktails with the alcohol used as fuel in torpedoes. Nicknamed torpedo juice. What? The fuck is our Navy doing? Sure. Why not? What can go wrong? A current radical liberal thought is spreading internationally has recently reached Italy. Why should I concern myself with the freedom of the press? All they print is rubbish. Who is this guy? Fabio Torlonia. He's a professional interest market liberal. We wouldn't really like the press. I mean, the king wouldn't like the press. The liberal government wouldn't really like the press, given how much it probably supports, like, you know, communist publications and things like that. So let's actually support that. Istrian famine continues in Croatia, where they revolted. I don't know how. We have so much food, but fair. Who doesn't want some torpedo juice, honestly? It's a real thing? Hold on. No way. Oh my god, it's a real thing. Torpedo juice is American slang for an alcoholic beverage first mixed in World War II, made from pineapple juice and 180 proof grain alcohol fuel, used in United States Navy torpedo motors. Various poisonous additives were mixed into the fuel alcohol by Navy authorities to render the alcohol undrinkable, and various methods were employed by the U.S. sailors to separate the alcohol from the poison. Aside from the expected alcohol intoxication and subsequent hangover, the effects of drinking torpedo juice sometimes include mild to severe reactions to the poison. Wow, shocking. In the first part of the Pacific War, U.S. torpedoes were powered by a miniature steam engine burning 100 or higher proof ethanol alcohol as fuel. The ethyl alcohol was denatured by an addition of 5 to 10% pink lady or blended dye, methanol, and other ingredients. Methanol caused blindness while ingested and cannot be made non-poisonous. The fuel mix was filtered through a compressed loaf of bread, a process which the sailors believed would largely remove the methanol. The standard recipe for torpedo juice is 2 parts ethyl alcohol and 3 parts pineapple juice. That's a real thing. Number 1, baby. Let's do the electric arc process. Man, American Navy is just built different, all right? We may have the best aircraft carriers in the world, but we're also just built different, you know? Our cuisine tastes are unparalleled. Our quality of alcoholic drinks unsurpassed in creativity and alcohol content. Not gonna lie, I'd be curious to try it. I'll be honest. I don't think I would, but I'd be fucking curious. If I was on a submarine in World War II and someone offered me torpedo juice, I would consider drinking it. I like to think I wouldn't drink it, but I don't know that for certain. Moose, I'm well aware of the budget. If you have a radical change that would stop our current economic catastrophe situation besides doing what I'm doing, I would love to hear it. The Liberal Party is taking recommendations for economic policy at this time. I think the big problem is the bureaucracy, if we're going to be honest. Our lack of steel doesn't help either. There was a talk about the Byzantines releasing Greece, yes. Unfortunately, we've been in an economic catastrophe since the Great War, so we've got other priorities. I mean, the one big option we can still do, worst case scenario, is we can defund the military, but I really want to avoid doing that for a lot of reasons. Oh my god, they did. Provence just took all of southern France. Claude Gonzalez just took all of southern France into his own country. They're in our market, by the way. We're very good friends with them, so that's not the worst thing. Huh. Wow. The true French. That's the real France in our books right there, if I've ever seen it. The following footage has been redacted by the Turkish government. If you are currently in a Turkish speaking nation, you need to turn off my stream based on what you're seeing right now. Erdogan will personally teleport behind you and hit you in the back of the head with a baseball bat if you're watching the stream at this moment. They have a cool flag, my gosh. That's cool as fuck. That is a cool flag. Holy crap. Huh. Alternatively, we could just cut down on what we're producing here, construction-wise. I'm going to finish the steel mills. I'm going to finish the governmental administrations. If at that point we really are in bad shape, I'm going to cut down the construction amount we're doing. The communists are threatening a civil war yet again if they do not have poor laws enacted. At a certain point, you can't keep negotiating with groups like this, honestly. This is getting out of hand. More oil discovered in Libya? Sounds like forming Italy was good on paper, but bad in the pocketbook. Absolutely. Yeah, it's really fucked us up economically. We have a new astronomer, fresh out of our universities. Well, the thing is, when debt gets very bad, it tends to run away from you. And roleplay-wise, I don't feel like our nation would be willing to defund the military or stop construction, which we have to do to solve it. So I'm kind of just running it worse and worse for the moment. There are two very clear ways we can stop this from happening, but I'm not going to do them until we have to. The capital is Sardinia. Oh, or do you mean of Armenia? Not sure, I'll check. A doctor in Campania has been caught aiding wounded dissidents and revolutionaries. Do an investigation and get rid of them if needed. The revolution doesn't appear to be continuing, so I'm not too sure, actually. Yeah, standard of living's really not that bad. I don't know, I think we're getting bugged like hunger events for some reason. Really not sure on that one. We probably should try and pass another reform, though, to be fair. All right, another poll. The Liberal Party is talking about their next major law change. All right, next poll. The Liberal Party is discussing what major reform it wants to go for next, given that they are clearly very needed to get rid of as many radicals, which among other things is just continuing to destroy our economy here. Italy is no longer devastated, no it's not. Processing the payment of wages in the form of script credit only exchangeable at a company store, workers in the major lead mines of Inner Morocco have commenced a riot, touching the controversial store and marching on the company's main offices, demanding institution of cash wages. We're liberals, but we're 1918 liberals, so the nature of payments is a company matter. Break up the riots. There's a very good song about that. Great War was 9 years ago, and it started over the unification of Italy, as well as Germany's attempts to force other governments to become more communist. So it was an ideological issue, and then the unification of Italy for us. People in the state of Savoy have started massively migrating across the country in the hopes of finding a better place to settle and escape the great famine that's been destroying their lives. I really don't understand how we are getting that to happen. It's very odd. All right, it's time. Shit, I can't delete buildings, can I? See if that helps. Not by very much. We're laissez-faire, so we can't delete buildings, which is really bad. Really, really, really bad. Let's try this. Wood constructed buildings. Fuck. What's a Battlebird? What happened this session? Economic collapse. We basically are having like the 1930s a little early. Pretty much is what's happening. Probably the most accurate way to put it. We are going to start defunding the military. Because we fucking have to. Women property rights. Sounds good. Yep, American Civil War. Another one. Oh god. The American Council Republic, Revolutionary American Council Republic, is revolting against the ruling American Constitutional Empire. They have allies, though. They have a lot of allies, so the revolutionary state will not win, unless Germany intervenes. Monsters surrounded an arsenal in Corsica, threatening to seize an arms and munitions stored within. While the guards are staving off attacks for now, there's no relief, except then the arsenal will fall to insurrectionists. This is a time we are going to send in soldiers, though. We can't have them taking weapons. A committee of publishers associated with the anarchists that produce incendiary pamphlets has been brought before the courts. This agglomeration of the dangerous men must be stopped. We must take from them the means of provoking the mob and reduce these arrogant fools to their true propositions, to their real role as little more than obscure conspirators and criminals. Let's put them on trial. All right, we almost aren't in a complete deficit now. Okay. We are going to try and institute reforms to give women property rights. A little bit late, but still. Women's suffrage is actually fairly popular in our country. It's just that all the people pushing for it are communist. Because all of Europe have like women's property rights. Are we one of the last, or is it just not common? Germany obviously has it. Province does not have it. The commune has it. They have women in the workplace. Holy shit, no one in Europe has women's rights at all. Even Britain, which was fairly liberal for a while, doesn't have women property rights. Nope. Lithuania actually has propertied women. Holy fuck, no one has them. Mexico has women's suffrage already. They really are. So liberal. The rise of communism in countries like Germany. We've had this event before. The left is going to get more power no matter what we do. Yeah, the right's not coming back to power, folks. Not in Victoria 3. It's not happening. Jesus. This is looking pretty rough. Pretty fucking rough here. We need more tax income. Chagatai are very conservative still. They have a very large liberal movement in their country, but they're very conservative. Still underneath King Ismail Shehbanad. They are trying to industrialize and rule a conservative government. Monarchy, autocracy, racial segregation, cultural exclusion, all the usuals. Agrarian still. They have homesteading now. That's a big reform they made. No liberal reforms at all in their country. Not a single one. People from the state of Piedmont have started massively migrating across the country. Sure. Give farming incentives to the people starving. The left have gained even more in the voting. They're now up to basically 50% of the vote. So the left is still very much in control of our government. God damn. Do we have enough paper? We do. Electricity as a government good is one of the reasons we're losing so much money as well. We also don't have enough oil anymore. The communist Americans are going to sell us oil? Sure. Why not? We'll take that deal. The main reason we're not making a surplus anymore is due to our bureaucracy deficit, which we are going to be dealing with shortly. Let's actually prioritize that a little quicker. It will take a while, though. We have construction efficiency in Lazio, surprisingly. Belligerent crowds have been getting increasingly provocative when confronted by troops in Guinea. Hardliners in government are demanding tougher responses, while droves are calling for troops to stand down as they are hopeful of de-escalation. We will stand down. Let's keep trying to be more conciliatory. Gabriele D'Annunzio, that is again the fascist agitator. Attendance at a bourgeoisie funded raising banquet in Caesarea has led to an uptick in funds promoting property of women. As the organizer at the end of the table stood to give a toast to the clear wisdom of reform, he could not help but think of how closely the sound of his fork on the glass represented a coin falling into a bank. So are the fascists for women's rights? I'm confused. They just don't have opinions on women's rights at all, apparently. So, I guess that the current fascist leader is pushing for women property rights. Alrighty. Sure. He's become a grifter as well, apparently. If I have the subsidies, I don't mind. We need to get these. People are migrating as well. The liberals have gotten very popular off their policies. Holy shit. We're in such a weird place now again as well, where the liberals have made such minor reforms, the communists continue to hate the government because it's not enough, and the right hates the government because they're making reforms. So, yet again, we're stuck with a ruling party who's unpopular. Oh, Donato Torres has a new trait. He is cruel. Donato Torres is known for being cruel. Oh boy. Well, that's going to change how we deal with all these insurrection events. A group of petitioners representing the professional interests led by Fabio Torlonia have carried out a march on the Emperor's currently vacant residence in Sassari. They are refusing to leave the residence until the Emperor agrees to meet with them. Alrighty. We're gonna start firing on the crowd. We're going to be dealing with things much more aggressively. That made the revolutionaries much more angry. We are probably gonna get a civil war here now. Well, we get a chance to kill a bunch of Reds, though. I mean, you know, can't complain too much about that. We might not win the Civil War, though. I do want to underline that. I am going to save it so the sides are equal if we get, like, a really shitty start, because there's, like, not enough of them to really suggest they would have the whole country, but I will play this out properly. How many Civil Wars have you had since the start of the stream? You mean from the whole campaign or just today, Linus? I don't even know how many we've had since the start of the campaign. It's been a lot. Oh, just today. None, technically. We almost had one earlier. This is the second that's almost popped off. The first one we stopped by implementing reforms that they wanted. We made concessions to the communists. The path to socialism. Preparations for the Astronomical Congress are complete. It's time to invite the other countries. In 3 congresses in 1887, 89, and 91, uniform observation and calculation methods were developed on the basis of the best techniques of the time. Astronomers from up to 38 countries took part in this Parliament of the Carré des Cieux. Ultimately, the declination zones were divided among 18 observatories according to their latitudes. However, the planned exposure times of 40 minutes had to be partially adapted to the climate situation, as well as the evaluation to the existing comparators. For around 95, several of the institutes also wanted to contribute their project experience to improvements, acceleration of the methodology, and newer laboratory technology. This was compounded by the fact that they also wanted to divert resources into the development of emerging astrophysics. Nice. So we're hosting a giant astronomy conference in Italy. I love that mod, dude. It's so good. If I were to play this, what are my chances that I could, say, realistically win while being a political and military and economic juggernaut as, say, Spain or Ohio? Well, if you're playing Ohio, you have access to both demonic and alien trade partners, so you'd automatically win based off of that alone. As for Spain, I don't know. That's a little tougher. Depends how religious you are. Ordered to violently suppress a popular riot in Propriano, a battalion of the Corsican garrison has refused their orders, claiming that the execution of such a command would run contrary to the laws of men and gods alike. Or God alike. We are a multicultural state, or multi-religious state, but we are very Christian. Insubordination! Deal with them as they deserve, roughly. Sailors have been complaining about the harsh punishments they receive in the Imperial Italian Navy. Meetings will continue until morale improves. First stated with a lengthy legal process surrounding property and women, Augusto Antonelli of the Liberals has approached us with an offer to expedite the process, utilizing his personal connections within the state apparatus. I mean, this is his bill, so sure, let's do it. The Liberals pushing for this right now. You're from Ohio? Nice, me too, man. Not originally, but I've lived here for a few years now. Ohioan. Holy fuck, we need bureaucracy. Any chance of restoring the Roman Empire? Very, very unlikely due to Byzantium existing. If Byzantium didn't exist and we went fascist, I actually wouldn't be opposed to us doing. If we go fascist period in Hoi 4, I might take us down that road. It might make sense for us to do it. But given that Byzantium is still viewed as basically Rome, the successor state, because in this timeline, since we started, right, Byzantium only fell for 100 years before being reunited. So for a lot of people, the concept of Rome being reformed wouldn't exist given it already is a country almost, right? Byzantium is the successor state. Now the argument, especially if we went fascist in our country, could be Byzantium is a shadow and nothing but a failed imitation of true Rome, and we could build it ourselves given that we're the true inheritors of Western Rome and modern day Italy. But the only way I think I'd take us down the Roman Empire path, Morgoth, would be if we go fascist. That's the one timeline here for us I think that might happen. Beyond that, no, definitely not. But if the fascists take power, I could see that becoming a narrative very quickly. I mean, like Mussolini played with it so much, right? The key to fascism is like, you know, getting people united around really fancy, or not fancy, very bright colors and very cool looking, you know, old school concepts. And for us, that would be Rome. So given that our original dynasty, the Torres dynasty, was also placed in power by like the OG Byzantines way back in the day, there is some fun like ways that could go. But I won't just do it for shits and giggles, that's for sure. Our astronomers would like to exchange our star charts for those of colleagues from abroad. Who with? The British! They don't like us very much. We're not on very good terms with them. But they do have some of the best science in Europe. Yeah, screw it. We'll share it. It's not like it's of military value. Will the communists want to keep the monarchy like in Britain? Absolutely not. No, if the communists take power, we're gonna get Romanoffed, roleplay wise. We will absolutely get Romanoffed. They will not be getting out. I think what I'll do is if we get into a civil war and the communists win, I'll do some dice rolls to see if the royal family escapes or something like that, you know? I don't know where they'd go at this point. Maybe Brazil or something. The Congress has ended and we have recently received some important information about the starry sky. The project to create a sky map of an international network of observatories turned out to be a mammoth task in the decades to follow, which was not easy to master. The Carte du Ciel was to remain unfinished. Nevertheless, the international meetings gave the opportunity for exchange and laid the foundation for future international collaborations and conferences in the field of astronomical research. Opportunistic members of the Conservatives have defected to the Socialists. What is this country coming to? My God. So be it. No standards of decency anymore. Railways, finish the steel mills, and then we do governmental administrations. Do a great exhibition. Why not? We'll have to build up art academies, universities, opera houses, and urban centers in the city to get the Art Nouveau quarter, which we need to get the tech, actually. Because the tech in this, one of the mods I'm running, it correlates to this event, not to actual research. Art Deco cinemas, Art Deco skyscrapers, and Art Deco offices. We'll give you more points. Yeah, that journal entry. We build special buildings? Imagine having a great exhibition during a civil war. You gotta remember that the aristocrats and capitalists are always completely disconnected to everything going on. To them, it's just a normal day. A normal year. There's some angry poor people protesting, but, you know, hey, it happens. Doesn't concern us. What the military's for. And we're not quite in a civil war yet. We're just most of the way towards the civil war. The church interests claim to have suffered under an immoral government for far too long and now have nailed a list of demands on the door of a government office. The church is about to become insurrectionist too? Alright, we actually have to keep them on our side. That's important. We'll make concessions to the church. Apparently it is. Italian Martin Luther. Members of the exhibition committee have suggested that elements from the past expeditions be featured prominently in the hall. Oh yeah? Oh my gosh, it's almost 8 p.m. as well. It's gonna be a pretty long stream today. Oil in Yemen, which is owned by Egypt and Somalia, who are both in our economic market. So hopefully they actually develop those oil refineries. Oh, come on. We're so close. It's the government administrations that are really going to make us a lot of money right now. Because we're losing 12% of all of our income right now, entirely based off of that. We're going to get even more because we built these in areas that have under the amount they need for taxation supply. So by the time we get all these government administrations done, we should be running a pretty solid surplus. The Voice of Heraclion, a popular newspaper read by the professional interests across Italy, has published an article on Gabriele D'Annunzio, advocating for the inaction of propertied women. I love this timeline where it is the really loud, angry fascist who's currently pushing the most for women's property rights. Alrighty. Hell of a timeline. It's almost 2 a.m. for you? Goddamn. Oh yeah, man. Glad you enjoy them enough to give up your sleep for them, but do go to bed at some point. I won't stream for too much longer. I mainly just wanted to try and get our economy stable today, which we're still struggling at, or I'm still struggling at. Did he smash his head into the cell wall? Was he tortured to death? The official story of the reformist socialist affiliated revolutionary died from cholera, convinces only the gullible and the willfully blind. Only one thing is for certain. His supporters are livid and they are out for blood. I mean, he kind of deserved it. His buddies killed the previous king, so, you know, it's completely reasonable, really. Whilst Emperor Donato Torres was riding in a carriage between Sassari and one of his country estates, a revolutionary threw himself onto the carriage with a live grenade, killing the Emperor. Fuck, they took him out! No, fuck. 2 of our last emperors have died from communist assassins. Jesus. Damn. We will have our vengeance. The 10-year-old wrathful son of Donato on the throne. Holy crap. We're fighting this civil war one way or another. This shit's happening now. The use of force is warranted. Oh boy. Wow, I can't believe 2 of our last emperors were killed by assassination, though. That's crazy. I mean, it was a fairly common thing in this time period. Not like common, but it did happen. Electric arc steel mills, nice. Go for plastics as well. Well, realistically, we should probably go for some military stuff. Let's do landing. Right on. Need to keep our naval edge. A recently published paper on the hysteria of women, oh boy, has gained traction in the medical community. The paper has been used as anti-women's rights propaganda against the property of women law. There's no real evidence that hysteria is any more prevalent in women than it is in men, but for some reason we are the ones who keep getting diagnosed with it. Let's go ahead and release a comprehensive rebuttal of hysteria. To slow down the reform, though. We're gonna do Italian Victorian era Mythbusters for hysteria. Are people actually rooting for the communists? Disgusting. No loyalty. Look at those interest payments. Dissidents in Venetia have announced plans for a major march around government offices in the near future. Is this for the revolution or for women's rights? It's for the revolution. Stop the march by any means. We will not be weak like our father. It got him killed. We're gonna crack down hard on these revolutionaries. I ain't mourning for the cruel guy who shot his own soldiers by his own shot his own citizens. He united Italy! He united Italy, you traitor. Sure, he was rough and caused civilian deaths now and then, but he united Italy, damn it. He did not deserve such a callous death. Scandinavia is having a civil war too. God, springtime at revolutions, for real. I think we have that journal entry going right now, don't we? No. A number of revolutionaries in Sardinia have made members of the government nervous and provoked proposals to temporarily move the organs of state to somewhere friendlier, like Tahiti. We're gonna do like a super Portugal. Just go hide on an island in the Pacific. No. Show confidence in the cause by staying in Sardinia. We are not weak. We will not go hide in Tahiti. Electric arc process for more steel. We might actually be able to produce enough steel right now if we do this right. Need another 7,000. We're gonna need so much electricity though. But if we make more steel, we can then make more engines, and if we make more engines, then we can make more electricity. So it might work. Fuck it. I'm gonna do something really dumb and risky. Yeah, we have a lot of steel that we need now. Just need more motor industries. We need a lot of everything, that's what we need. Well, it made us get a surplus, so take the win. Boy. There's a war we are getting called in. Oh god, this is not the time for a war with Britain and Germany. Are you kidding me? Guys, what the fuck are we doing? Egypt just started a war with Germany and Britain? Boys, I think the communists are gonna low-key win here. This is not gonna end well. In the end, they're gonna get revenge after Napoleon's taking of the Suez. They'll have the final laugh here, I think. The military demands a promotion for Brigadier General Gaston Busson. Sure. Revolutionary support growing in Sardinia. It's been suggested that the national gold we have no national gold reserves be moved to New Guinea. No, we'll leave it where it's at. The successes that Castalla Plata have seen with the policies of property women have been noticed by supporters of the Annunzio, who point towards it being an example of an ideal government. Absolutely. Teach the right language. Oh god, we're gonna actually have to fight the Germans here. We're about to be World War I Russia. That's what's about to happen here. Oh god, this is about to be World War I Russia. Or are we all in on this war and try and get some serious war reparations from the Germans and the British to stop our economic crisis? But we'll probably bankrupt before we get there, because look what we have to do right now. Oh god, this ain't it. Dude. Yep, there's another option too. This is gonna make the Civil War worse when it happens, but it is what it is. I'm going to levy a very extreme tax. We're gonna make a service tax. That'll lower our standard of living by quite a lot and will really piss off the communists. But we are going to be taxing all services now. We are going to fully go in. We have to. Do I want to fight this tonight? I might fight the beginning just to see what it's like. I don't think I'll play this whole war up tonight though. But you know what soundtrack we do need right now? It's time! Here we go again. It's not even 1930s yet! Fucking Egypt, man. For those of you who did not have enough fun in the first Great War, well, we're doing it again. I'm gonna do defense in depth, so we just need a fucking hold. I'm going to send a really large force to push in Africa. Just take their territories there quickly. We won't have the Chagatai on our side this time either, so this will be fucking brutal. Is our navy ready to go? We don't have dreadnoughts yet. We really should have gotten those by now. How much longer? Over a year. We'll get them in the middle of the war. The far left party has formed? Oh no. The left split into the left and the far left now. So we don't have a legitimate government anymore because the left just broke apart. Our ruling coalition just broke in half. Dude, what the fuck is this? The planning of the exhibition caused controversy as its opening approaches. Members of the church have expressed their concerns with a mob of visitors becoming a potential revolutionary mob. Nonsense! They're educated sorts, it'll be fine. We should have built that fortress line too, but we can't afford it. We're just trying to get our government to run right now. Oh boy. We've got the Americans. You remember that country that did nothing in the Great War? We've got them on our side. We're really gonna carry this war for the fucking Egyptians. God. The fuck, dude. What if we just like give them what they want? What if we just give the British like all of Egypt? After raiding army barracks in Campania, the trade unionists under Michel Vernazza have begun turning their weapons against the government. Chase them in the hills. We have another radical agitator. We have a trade unionist agitator and a fascist agitator now. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, it cometh. This is our reckoning. We've had way too long of a good period here. This is when it all ends. All right, we need more artillery. We need way fucking more munitions. We need way more munitions. That's number one right now. We need more war industry airplanes too. We had a very good period for a while there, Biotical. We did. We had, I'd say, a good 30-year period. We were pretty strong. Oh my God, 400,000! Push in Africa, and then we need to bring every man we can to the northern front. Torcano Fortigueri of the Revolutionary Socialists is rapidly gaining popularity amongst the people. The radical socialist message of equality he espouses is proving especially appealing to the lower class. I know what I'm gonna do if we go communist, though. Oh, man. Start using our navy. The amount of shipping we do compared to the rest of Europe is crazy. This would be World War II, Eagle. We already fought the Great War. We've got a very early World War I-esque technology-wise World War here. I don't know. This might not even be considered a Great War. I mean, it's the Germans, it's the British versus us, the Egyptians, and the Americans. It's a huge war, but I don't think it would technically be a Great War. It's just a mega war. Monstrous. Thank you for the fall. The Americans are losing to the Germans, but the American military is better. We got all of our soldiers to the front now? I think we have. Our military is also technically better. With these reinforcements, we may be able to hold. If we get a little bit of a surplus going here after we finish these governmental administrations, I'm going to try and get us to build a fort line if we still hold the Alps too at that point. We have the fort line in Tuscany, which we may get pushed back to. Yeah, it's another world war, but not a world war. It's a mega conflict for us. We're fighting like the two of the greatest world powers right now, Germany and the British. We didn't start this war either. The Fat Mids did, and we had a alliance with them. Sailors in the Sinai have refused to embark on any voyages out of port. The scope of the mutiny calls for the delicate approach to the situation. We'll detain them. Have them beaten. The bolster, thank you for the bits. With the imminent opening of the exhibition, during the middle of the World War. We must prepare ourselves for visitors wanting to return for a small piece of it. Grab card souvenirs. It really does not matter right now. Not when our forces are being destroyed in Lombardy. We did kill a lot more of them than we lost, though, at least. They've got a fleet right now harassing us. It's really small, though, so we can send one of our small ones to screen. We don't have one of our admirals, do we? Yeah, North African admiral, we don't have. We'll hire... Oof. Nicola Gallo. Imbriani, is he still a general? He is. We gotta hold this front before we try any offensive moves here. Because if they break past the Alp and they sweep through Italy, this war is over. Our economy is collapsing too. With revolutionary sentiment boiling over across the nation, Emperor Ferdinand of Tours, advisors, and the radical liberals have recommended a package of reforms to appease the revolutionaries. We have to. With a war like this, we have to give concessions. We're going to try and pass the poor laws to stop the civil war. Again, if this was Donato in charge still, we wouldn't do it, but this is a 12-year-old who is really just having the government ran for him by the liberals, so we'll make the concessions for now and stop the civil war, hopefully. Hopefully. Yep. Stop the civil war for now. We have almost 500,000 men in the Alps right now, and the Germans have 600,000. Fuck, they took Lombardy. Oh, gentlemen! Yep. I guess we negotiated a peace with the Germans. We didn't actually have anything. Lombardy's been devastated, but the Germans left the war after taking war reparations from the Egyptians, of all things. I guess they just wanted to show us that they could beat us, and they did. They destroyed our army there, so. A new promising pilot has proven himself in the air battles in the current war. His name is Costanzo Sanodenti. Sure. We still have to fight the British, though, which is actually kind of doable. We're not letting them walk out of this without seriously fucking them over, so. We'll send Imbriani to Peru, and Garcia, we're gonna land in Britain again. We're not ready for that, though. Let's hit Brittany first. Fucking hell, dude. All right, take Brittany, take Normandy. If we can succeed there, we're gonna try another landing in Britain again. We did it before. We can do it again, hopefully. Three weeks. Smaducci was the one who led our forces when they landed in Britain back in the day, too. He's old as shit. He's 67 now. Let's institute another tax as well. We have the authority for it. Let's tax... We're gonna tax clothing. Oh, German Civil War! German Civil War, let's go! Since they went radical, Germany's slowly becoming more and more moderate, and I guess the hardcore communists got fed up with it. Hardcore Council Republic communist radicals have just revolted against the ruling radical liberal republic in charge of Germany now. If they win, though, that's going to be a very scary Germany. But this is good for us. Right after we lost the war to them, too. Are you kidding me? And we did land in Brittany. Let's go. Well, the 20s and the 30s are not disappointing with how chaotic they are. I can say that. Yep, we took it. We blitzed Brittany and Normandy. Let's try and land in Britain again. Come on, Imbriani. I believe in you. Let's land in Bristol. Most prominent members of Abruzzo high society have been organizing luxurious parties in the new, lavish urban buildings. Fuck, we're still an illegitimate government. The Bulgarians are revolting. We are going to form a new government made up of what remains of the left and the liberals, the moderate liberals, and we're going to form a coalition government with the right party again, with the right. The conservatives, the church, and the military will form a new government here, which will actually give us a stable ruling party for once. Man, our politics over the last 2 decades is just insane. Number 1 great power is Germany, bros. Or sorry, Chagatai. Yeah, Chagatai. Their GDP is 1.1 billion. They have almost 900 million people. We need to send a general over there to Bulgaria too. Hawaii has succeeded as well. Scandinavia just offered us an alliance, an absolute empire, and one with a similar ruling government as ours. We'll accept that. She just won her civil war as well, Empress Sophia. We landed? Wait, the Americans landed? Fuck, they beat us to Britain. God damn it, we got there late. That's just embarrassing. Fucking Yanks beat us to London. That is a real national embarrassment right there. Even if we win this war, we've lost this war. God, they are strong too. Look at that. We'll beat them to Edinburgh. Yeah, boy. The Chagatai are declaring war. They're doing a recast order declaration. Basically, we've grown too powerful in recent times for their liking, and they're doing us a cut down to size play on us. So they're trying to destroy our power right now. They saw us just land in Britain and were like, nope, that is not happening. So they are declaring war. let's start calling in some favors. We might be able to take them down Thanos style here if we can get enough people on our side, though. This could be the moment we like just go all in and try and break the Chagatai. It is doable. Conceivably, it is doable. It'll just be very difficult because their military is as strong as ours, and they have 5,000 battalions if they conscript. We are not setting up telephone lines with the communist Germans. Absolutely not. Yeah, this is basically just like a very chaotic world war at this point. Every country that's not in a major war is in a civil war, pretty much. So I don't even know what to call this. It doesn't fit a world war. The hard times. Cleaning up for the Americans here. The Bulgarian Revolution was put down hard. Greece exists now. If we walk out of this on top, though, my God. We've surrounded the British Army, holding out yet again just north of London. Is that what's his name again? There we go. Come on. Finish the war, baby. I am going to give us a save edit for a bunch of money. We're going to loot the Royal Treasury of Britain and force massive economic concessions out of them, so we are going to walk away with a lot of money. And fuck, we do need it. How long until the War of the... We got a little while. Can we take South America from Britain? Yeah, we're going to knock out Argentina for sure. I mainly want economic concessions out of them here, though. That's the big thing. We need money. We need to just loot every gold and silver item we find in the British Isles. There we go. Gregory Palliser is trying to hold out, but he's not going to. And we have the revolution in Hawaii we need to deal with as well. Let's land a force. We're going to land Costa in Hawaii and put down that revolt too. The amount of fronts we're going to have to fight the Chagatai in is just insane. The Chagatai are going to try and cut Britain down to size too. Japan is going to fight with the Chagatai against the British. How will that work if we get in a war against the Chagatai with the Japanese as well? It's like a four-way war in the Pacific, I guess. The Chagatai are making their big move right now. Fucking hell. Oh, I know. Corfu, we can't get access to any more coal. We can't produce anymore. We can only get it by conquering. Come on, finish the battle. We have a big surplus again. At least we're making money now. All right, let's see if we can start calling in favors. We can offer Malacca or Malaya to the Americans and they'll join the war. The war is over. We defeated the British. I'm going to do the save edits for that as well. All right, this is a good place to end for today because we're about to get into... This is World War II is what this is about to be. What I'm going to do is do save edits to basically just make a singular war between everyone. So it's basically the Chagatai and their allies versus the world is what this is about to be. So... we've somehow managed to like fall our way into a world war. Germany won't be in it. They're fighting a full-blown civil war. So I'll do a save edit to give us a bunch of money from the British as well. I'll save edit all the countries into their alliance and then we'll just have a giant war here. So this will be crazy. As I said, if the Chagatai conscript, they have 5,000 battalions they can pull from. So. Oh, God. Yeah, we'll do this next week. This is going to be wild. I think we can win it. It'll be rough. I think we can win it. It'll really just come down to prioritizing the right territory and like holding islands and using our navy well. Our navy will make or break the war because our navy is way bigger than theirs. The one thing they do not have is a navy. So, yep. All right, good place to end. We'll call it here. Very good place to end. There's no one I want to raid, so we will call it. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do some more Japan roleplay, multiplayer roleplay in Vic3, and then I'm going to play RimWorld tomorrow evening. So, just a heads up. We'll continue with this next Saturday. I think I should stream next Saturday. I have some family visiting, but I think I should have time next Saturday to continue this. So, we will see. Alrighty. Have a good rest of your evening. If I don't see you tomorrow, I will see you soon, and I will catch you all later.